order. We need to do the call-in line or announcement.
Good evening. Thank you for joining tonight's Aurora City Council study session. If you are listening on the phone, please note public comments are not taken during study sessions. The phone line is in listen-only mode. The council welcomes comments at regular council meetings on both matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. The phone line opens for sign up on those evenings at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, and Katie, can you do roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen,
Here.
Councilmember Coombs, Councilmember Gardner,
Here.
Councilmember Drinsky,
Here.
Councilmember Lawson,
Here.
Councilmember Marcano,
Present.
Councilmember Medina,
Here.
Councilmember Murillo,
Present.
Councilmember Sundberg,
Here.
and Councilmember Zavanek.
Here.
There's a quorum.
Thank
And
you.
the mayor's here.
All right, we'll start with the mayor's update.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, if somebody could come up and look at my computer, I think I'm having trouble with the video. That's a new computer. There's no mayor's update, no issue update. Consent calendar. Item number. Is there any objection to moving item number 2A through 2G forward?
Mayor Zavanek,
Councilmember Zavanek.
I don't have any objection. I do have a question about 2A, and I don't know if I could ask it now or if you want to vote on the others, and then I can ask
No,
it.
let's vote on the others and we'll bring it up.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any objection to moving item number 2B through 2G forward? Seeing that item number 2B through 2G will move forward. Would the clerk now please read the title? Well, item number 2A, consideration to appoint one member to the Human Relations Commission. Councilmember Zavanek.
Yeah, just the question for staff is, what, if any, guidelines do we have? And this isn't related to the potential appointment of Erica Ponder, but just more generally for the Human Relations Committee and frankly all of our committees. I know with CABC, because those members are appointed by council members, if they're missing or if their conduct is outside of a certain bounds, they can be asked to be removed. But with these types of appointments where we're all voting to appoint them, are there any sort of consequences for behavior that might be deemed inappropriate for being on one of these committees?
Councilmember Zavanek, this is Katie. So each board and commission has their bylaws, and a lot of them specifically outline the conduct as to what can get them kicked off a board. It would be city council members who would actually have to do that since you appoint them. So it'd be a majority vote by city council. But
Okay.
It's not in the resolution, and we don't have it in the city code, but I can send you a copy of the bylaws for the commission that you're questioning.
Okay, so for thank you for that clarification, and for further clarification, we look in the bylaws, but unless council I guess somebody brings to their attention it could be happening, and nobody. Is there any sort of governing of that behavior internally amongst the body? I mean, how would it get brought forward other than us, happening to run across it?
So that would be also in their bylaws. It'll state if the chair, co-chair needs to get a majority vote by their members to bring it forward to council. They have set procedures for bringing it to the council members to let them know.
Perfect. If you could send me a copy of that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to make a comment on that as well.
Mayor Pro Tem.
That you bring up a really good point because, for example, on the CABC where we have our own appointees, even getting the attendance record sometimes is difficult. So I had to actually request that at one point. But you're right, on these other boards and commissions, we don't necessarily know, attendance records or any other issues unless the chair, I guess, of that board or commission brings it to our attention. So I don't know if that needs to be changed in terms of asking for that information, since I don't think any of them are required, but I'm not 100% sure.
Um, can staff answer that question?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, we do have the PR Plus committee that the boards and commissions do report to. So I believe that if there was an instance where a board or commission member was missing too many meetings, then the chairperson could reach out to the individual council members or also bring it forward to the PR Plus committee. And so in a lot of the boards and commissions in their bylaws and in the city code, it outlines how often they are required to report to that policy committee.
Okay, further discussion?
Mayor Sundberg,
Yes, Councilmember Summer.
on this topic of Human Relations Committee, I'd just like to read the purpose I just discovered. To promote a mutual understanding and respect among all people, disseminate information and educational materials to eliminate prejudice, promote human relations, and investigate complaints of this nature. So I would just like to point out that the people serving on this committee, they're in the public spotlight as they're on social media and might want to demonstrate a kindness and respect towards other fellow city employees.
Well, but is there further discussion? Seeing none, is there any opposition to moving number 2A forward? Seeing none, item number 2A will move forward. Item number 3A, implementation of camping ordinance update.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. This is Jessica Prosser, Director of Housing and Community Services. If Emma King could have share access, that would be great.
Yeah, that must be where it's. Oh, is it? Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. So while Emma King is getting access to share, I will just start the presentation. So this is an update related to the implementation of the camping ordinance that was passed a few weeks ago. Staff has been working diligently with our service providers and partners and is engaged with HDR Architects and Atkins to start this process of implementation. So Emma, if you want to go to the next slide, please. We wanted to provide a list of things that are already happening and are in progress, and then we'll move through some more specifics related to creating 24/7 sheltering at the Day Resource Center as directed by council during the implementation of the ordinance. So at this point, we are still abating camps. We're still following our process for that we have been. We have seen an uptick in complaints coming in as a result of just the education around the ordinance. So we're using our existing abatement contractor to get those taken care of. We have an agreement coming to council on May 9th for additional abatement services. So that will be coming. We still have the 10 beds at Comitas that are for specifically set aside for when we're doing camp abatement. So we have those beds available to folks. We are exploring hotel motel vouchers that can be used for non-cold weather times. We have a whole protocol around cold weather with motel vouchers. So those would be for specific populations to use. We are reviewing the code related to having the Day Resource Center function like it would for cold weather. And the building division and fire life safety are looking at those. And so we should be able to use that facility like we do for cold weather once we complete that review. We currently have one full-time employee that's dedicated to encampments and abatements that goes out and posts. This employee was brought on in January of 2022. The complaints around encampments are still being submitted through Access Aurora, so that is ongoing. And then we have been able to very quickly get HDR Architects and Atkins to help us start looking at what a conversion of the Day Resource Center would look like. We already had them under contract, so we didn't have to do a full solicitation process. So we were able to get them started very quickly. Next slide, please. Related to updating the policies that really implement more specifically the ordinance, We are working through drafts with the legal department related to any updates we need to our current business policy memorandum around encampments. Like I said, we've had one in place since last summer, and so we're tweaking that to be reflective of the ordinance. One of the major things is we no longer have to have a defined health and safety concern related to the encampment. Since camping is not allowed, we don't have to establish that, so that will be a change there. We're working through a draft of a BPM related to the storage of personal property as directed in the ordinance. We'll talk a little bit more about personal property here in a few slides. We've met with Denver. We've looked at several other cities' approach to this. And we've also received feedback from our outreach, street outreach folks, and folks experiencing homelessness directly about what would be best for them. We're also been talking with our contractor, Keeson, who does the abatements, to understand what their abilities are and aren't. If you might recall, we have passed and council approved an IGA with CDOT a couple of months ago related to the city being able to post and clean up encampments in the CDOT property within Aurora. This would allow us to get those taken care of faster and timely. CDOT's current requirement within that IGA was 7 days. And we were having a little bit of trouble getting them to notify us. The mayor had a great meeting with the governor's office and the CDOT folks. And so subsequently, I've been able to coordinate with CDOT staff to reduce the 7 days to 72 hours. So we have a consistent approach across Aurora, depending no matter the public property that's being addressed. And we also no longer have to get approval from CDOT. We just need to notify them. And we have currently within the IGA up to $75,000 per year for them to reimburse us. CDOT has also agreed that when we get to about 50,000, they're willing to up that amount for us and provide us with more. So that was a great progress, and we really hope to be able to abate some of the CDOT properties in a more timely manner. Next slide, please. So tonight we also wanted to go over some of the costs that we have been able to calculate. These are all estimates at this point related to the implementation of the camping ordinance. This is something else that was asked by council as part of the implementation. So we will go through these more specifically in the slides that follow, but we have put them as separated between annual costs and one-time costs. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Julianne with HDR Architects to walk through what it would look like to create 24/7 sheltering at the Day Resource Center, to continue to have that facility operate as a day resource center, as well as create a sheltering option for folks that would be comfortable for them. Folks will be willing to come in. One of the main barriers we've heard is storage and being able to not have to come and go. And so as council directed, we have been doing some work to see what that would look like. So with that, Julianne, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Very good. Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Shear. I'm with the HDR
I'm
Architects.
sorry.
Can't hear me.
No,
Nope.
Julianne, I messed
You're
up.
not ready yet.
I'm not ready yet. I'm very sorry. I messed up. Got ahead of myself. So I'm just going to talk about staffing really quickly. And I did want to acknowledge that Bob Dorsheimer from Mile High Behavioral Healthcare is also on the line to answer any questions here. Again, we've been working with our service provider to come up with what the staffing model would look like. This is a further breakdown of that. We had set a precedent with this a little bit when we had done our emergency shelter during the winter of 2020, 2021. So again, we have staffing there during the day. This would be adding that night shift to it, adding some additional care navigators, case management, security, and things like that. And Bob is on the line to answer any questions at the end. Okay, Julianne, over to you. Sorry.
Real quick, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can we get, because I'm looking at my backup, I don't think we have this particular breakdown.
You
That's
you
in your
don't.
PowerPoint.
Yes,
Can
and
we
I
get that?
apologize for not getting the PowerPoint to you all beforehand. We will absolutely get it to you after.
Okay, thank you.
Want to answer questions in terms of, I have a question about what the overnight care navigator does. You want to address that after at the end or now?
It doesn't matter. Bob, are you on and able to answer the question more specifically what the overnight care navigator's role is?
Yes, I am on. The overnight care navigator works to secure the facility. It's a wake overnight position. The overnight care navigators deal with behavioral problems, counseling. We still receive referrals from APD at night. So Comitis and all of our 24/7 operations have 3 awake shifts. First, second, and third shift is all awake and receiving consumers at any point in time there's a drop off.
Okay. Okay, please proceed. Are there any other questions? Okay.
Oh, I have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, on the overnight care. So there are 4 currently? We have 4 currently?
Mr. Dorsheimer?
The current staffing pattern is it's 7 days a week, first shift. This staffing breakdown would add second shift and then third shift. The shifts overlap team A, team B on a Wednesday. So currently, second and third shift is not hired. This is the proposal, but it'll be 2 overnights on the first part of the week and 2 overnights on the second part of the week.
Okay, but that's what, so it's not current. This is not what we currently have.
Your current slide that you're looking at is not what we currently have. That's
Oh,
correct.
okay, can we get like a comparison? Because it's just hard to follow otherwise.
You want the overall
Cur-
staff to operate the facility 24/7.
The current staff and then the proposed, I guess this is the proposal, so,
Yes, you
okay,
can do that, Mayor Pro Tem.
you.
Okay, next slide, Julianne.
All right. Excellent. Well, good evening, everyone. Again, I'm Julie Shear with HDR, and I have with me today my colleague, David Lemke. And so we were asked to work with Jessica and the service providers and team, and we gathered a bunch of information and to answer your questions related to how can this existing facility be renovated, modified? What do we got to do to make it 24/7 given the recently passed ordinance? So let's start with what we have, and that's what you're seeing here, the existing layout of the building itself. Now remember, this was a gymnasium that has been converted into a day center. The occupancy classification for this is currently assembly, which is what gymnasiums fall under. Construction type is 5B, and it is a sprinklered building. It's about 14,600 square feet. That includes the 1,600 square foot, approximately 1,600 square foot mezzanine, which is that white box that you see kind of off to the right of the slide. So it hovers above the restrooms. Currently around the perimeter, the uses are mostly business uses, whether they're counseling rooms, a computer room, and the staff room. And then the center area is really the space that the assembly occurs with all of the folks that come to the day center. So when thinking about how this becomes a 24/7 operation, um, we looked at what can we do to provide bedding, places for people to sleep, as well as that intermittent time where people are sleeping, but also make sure that we have operationally functional things of where people are eating versus sleeping, that we're not intermixing them very much. And there's a reason for that. The reason is operationally that once you don't want to be eating and sleeping in the same place. It's there's a health hazard there, and we want to make sure that we clean things properly. So if you go, Jessica or Emma, to the next slide. So here's what we've proposed in terms of looking at, quickly high level concept of what could be done in this existing building. So you'll see there's 2 areas that are designated with blue beds. Those blue beds are bunk beds. And we are able to provide some bunk beds in that mezzanine level and also carve out a space in the gymnasium for bunk beds. Having two separate areas for bunk beds is really helpful too, so they can separate population between genders. So you have a place for women and a place for men. In addition, we were able to sort of divide the space in half, not physically, but at least operationally, and keep where you see all the rectangles and circles. Those are indicating tables. And so the eating area and those places that people are hanging out closer to the kitchen, closer to the restrooms, and can stay in that configuration as additional bedding might be needed. So the additional bedding are those yellow mats that you see on the floor. And so while it's good to have that separation of uses of space between dining or hanging out and sleeping. So then operationally, when people, wake up and they move to go have their breakfast or something like that, those mats can be dismantled, cleaned and put away and the floor cleaned and such without having to disturb the operations of eating. In addition, we're providing, you'll see there's a small rectangle at the bottom, mat storage. So those mats can be properly stored in a convenient location for easy use to take out in the evening to provide additional accommodations. So the total accommodations, total accommodations with what you're seeing here is around 108 folks that may be experiencing homelessness. Now, in the event that there's a severe weather and that sort of thing, then you do what you do now, and that's clean out the whole space and see how many people you get in here. But this would be more on a day-to-day basis. In addition, you'll see that we haven't done a full code analysis, and one of the unique things about this type of facility is now we meet the exiting for assembly. However, the intended use doesn't really fit neatly into a code description. And so typically we work with the code officials, the local jurisdiction, to determine, are we going to look at this as a dormitory or such? So depending on that discussion with them, there may be the need to increase the number of plumbing fixtures, whether they're showers or toilets. But currently, the facility is going to be doing a restroom renovation, so we'll have to talk to them to see what that's about. In addition, we've tightened up the security at the main entrance, which would be a good need for them to make it a more safe space for folks to enter and exit and provide the convenience that the folks are looking for. So, this is really focused on seeing what those modifications are for sleeping. In addition, it's a very old building, and so looking at the mechanical systems and the electrical systems and such. We tied that all into the scope of work, which you'll see will be reflective in the cost later on in the slide. So if you go to the next slide, Emma, let's just talk about some of the site modifications. And so there is that existing day center, and a couple of the site modifications that were requested is how do we create a more private enclosure so that there's not only security for those that are part of coming to the day center, but also being good neighbors. And so around the perimeter, we have identified a fence with slatting to sort of create that privacy enclosure. Number two is identifying places for camping to occur within the facility for those that do not meet the requirements for coming into the facility and or other operational requirements that are deemed necessary. 4 is the mechanical yard, and that is something that would probably need to grow a bit in order to accommodate updated mechanical systems to make sure that we have proper airflow for a 24/7 facility. There's a number 6 is for a dog run. Some of our folks do have pets, companions that are with them, so providing a place for them there, as well as a place to hang out. So that lower area that's still within that enclosure is a place for people to hang out and enjoy the day. And then also number 5, to bring back a physical exercise. We know that having physical exercise helps mental stability and such. So having bringing back that half court basketball court. So these are some of just a quick overview of what working with Jessica's team and the providers and clients and such is kind of where we are in terms of just an overall quick concept to see what can this resource center potentially provide uh, your community.
As Mayor Mike Hoffman, let me ask the first question then. What, I don't understand why we have to change out the front door. It's a pretty heavy metal door, pretty secure.
So one of the things that to change out the front door where there was a couple considerations. One is having a better visual connection between the inside and outside. So the request of looking, being able to see out right now, there's just a slit window. And what that slit window, if you get a little bit more glass, at least that upper portion to be all glass, there's a little bit more transparency for security, so people know who's coming in and who's leaving.
But can't you see through that right now?
Not you can, but it's kind of a sliver versus just having when things are a little bit more transparent. There's a physical kind of thing that comes upon you that you can be seen, and behavior tends to be a little bit less obstructive. And of course, we don't have to, I guess that comes down to, I mean, there's all these little pieces within that total cost to look at.
Yeah, Pro Tem.
Yeah. What is the green area?
So the green is currently, that's where all of the barracks were taken down. And so right now it's mud. And so in order to, not make it to be a muddy mess is putting down, whether it's a mulch or can spray seeds to have some grass grow or something like that so that it just doesn't stay sort of a mud
And
area
that is part of the property
currently.
It's a pretty large space.
It
Yeah.
is.
Well, something struck me earlier when you said make them comfortable during the day. Are I thought if they were coming from the encampment and we were trying to bait the encampment, that we're providing shelter. I thought maybe I'm getting confused with the current situation, and maybe Bob can address this.
Mm.
Don't they get out of the day resource center during the daytime? They're not going to just hang out during the day, right?
Thank you for the question. It really depends, Mayor Pro Tem, on what the activity of the day is. So there's a schedule every day that they sign up for, different computer classes, haircuts, different medical appointments. To answer your question more specifically, to be at the Day Resource Center, you need to be doing something: showering, eating, doing your laundry, case management, getting your mail. So generally, you're not hanging out all day. But if you are waiting for medical appointments and people that do come to the Day Resource Center to go to the VA or another part of the campus, they do wait for those appointments from other facilities, other providers. So there is the possibility for people to be waiting, and we do need some waiting areas while they're waiting for other providers to come meet their needs.
Yeah, thank you. And I know you try to, help them with all those services, but I guess I'm talking about two different populations because you have your folks that you're trying to help them move on, whether it's get a job or
Right.
get resources. But in the encampments, I get, well, I guess if they're willing participants to come, they may partake in your resources, but you may have people that do not want, because you mentioned the camping. So if they're not going to abide by rules, they have the option to camp. Would they, I don't like using the word hanging around, but are they going to be hanging around?
So these are excellent questions, and these are things that we're going to have to work through as we implement the camping ban. So what I know of the population currently, they would probably prefer to be outside as much as possible,
Yeah.
and be inside probably only at night. Most of the people that we have met will want to use the bunk space and will utilize the bunk space. There are many, I like to call them folks that are full of freedom. And the folks that are full of freedoms that really don't want to fall into any type of structure or rules, but are willing to start the process, will probably be the ones that are outside. Now, the ones that will probably choose to stay outside and just kind of check us out, get to know us, they've been on the streets 10 plus years. So the more chronic they are, the more harder they are to engage. These are the type of people that will most likely be outside. So there is definitely, Mayor Pro Tem, two different populations
Yeah.
that we'll be working with. And this is a brand new population coming inside. So obviously, we'll be doing updates to council as we get better equipped in understanding these individuals.
But at this time, there is no provision for a safe camping space. Am I correct in that? That's been with me.
Mile High has not proposed any type of safe camping within this proposal. This is for phase 2 and other possibilities as we learn. But as of right now, there would be no camping outside.
But that requires council authorization. So, but let me look at this. It's like we're building a park. I mean, I'm concerned about the amount of space out there. If we're going to try and do something with it from a landscaping perspective, can we narrow that area down and still have an outside space where people can go to, but not as expansive as what? So what we've done essentially is we're taking the footprint of all the old barracks and bringing that into this particular campus or whatever you want to call it. But I think that I'm concerned about the cost of that, and I'm concerned about the water that would be involved.
Mayor, we can certainly look at this. We know we need, some fencing and some outdoor area. We can look at what that looks like. And we're also working on that widening of Montview. And so as those things come together, the ideas for the outside will be a little more, solid. The existing garden area is up here. And then, like Julianne said, creating some kind of ground cover.
Where's the existing garden area again? Can you point to that?
It's the number 3.
Number 3, okay.
On this. Yeah. So just creating some type of outdoor space is really
outdoor
the
space.
intention.
Number 2, there's significant outdoor room there, right?
Yeah.
So I think you can bring in, and you're going to landscape that area. So I just think in terms of mitigating the area, in terms of what the requirements are, I would think if you could cut off as much as number 1 as possible in terms of fencing.
Got it.
Bob, do you need all that space?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. This area number 1, we currently don't use because that's where the barracks came down. If you look at number 2 is the space we currently utilize and have been utilizing until the barracks came down. So for all of the number 2 areas, we would request to keep that, but the rest of number 1, we've never had and don't need. So we're actually gaining back just better use of the space that we currently use. now that those two barrack buildings are removed. So it's better line of sight, it's safer, and it gives us more space to do programming and behavioral de-escalation. So yes, Mayor, we would respectfully request Area 2.
Okay, but you can live without Area 1.
We don't have Area 1 now, and Area 1 we don't need. No.
Okay, okay. If we could do that, I think when we conclude, maybe I'll go to council in terms of trying to define a consensus on some of these issues.
Area 1's currently fenced off from us, and that's the old auditorium. This Area 1 is all out front of District 1, if I can help draw people's attention to where this is. So we've never utilized this.
Okay.
Can I ask about that same area? So is Area 1, does it belong to the police for their District 1?
It is part
So-
of the lot that is McKinney veto. That's correct.
Okay, because the reason I'm asking is, I don't know if you've been in District 1, but it's in horrible shape. And then they have that horrible dome thing where they keep equipment. Are they planning to use this area to enhance District 1?
So Mayor Pro Tem, if I might, in our next presentation, we're going to do a thorough analysis of this is called Parcel N. It's about 4 acres that's just to the south of Montview. And we also own a portion to the north of Montview as well. And so we're going to go into depth about this whole property in our next presentation. But again, this number 1 area was just a stabilization of the mud and from an appearance perspective, not to be used
No, I
for
just, and
operations with this.
okay, does the city own it then?
Yes, the city owns it. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yep, this whole parcel as well as the one to the north where District 1 is.
Okay.
And like I said, we have real property on for the next presentation.
Okay, and then for Bob, you mentioned the security for the front door. Security, and I think I saw in the presentation you're going to add security at night. But what about, again, it's a different population coming in. Do you foresee any issues with panhandling on the campus at all? Like, I guess you'll have police presence.
So I appreciate the question, Mayor Pro Tem. We worked with Jessica to Ms. Prosser to understand the needs of the new population. As Ms. Prosser discussed earlier with the e-shelter did during the pandemic bring in a different population than what we were used to. And we did have security. So what we learned with the new population that we've not encountered before or have a relationship with, security is going to be very important. To preserve the relationship on the campus, that's why we're adding the security staff to make sure people don't wander off, start panhandling, or doing anything else like that. If I could respectfully talk about Area 1 from a security standpoint, I would definitely fence that off so people can't have access to that. What will end up happening when people see that space is that will encourage camping, people dropping by, people wanting to hang out. So that Area 1 does need to be secured from us and from the community so it's not used. But the security staff that we are negotiating in this budget to neighborhood services is to decrease CU police involvement with us as well as APD. So we believe that adding security as well as putting our security personnel in vans will take them off the campus or put them back into the building. So our goal is to decrease all of that now and for the future.
Okay, thank you.
Bob, now that you're with us, what is your opinion on the security door, replacing the front doors?
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, we specifically asked the city to look at the door. We've had a significant problem with the door for the past 4 years since we've started operating the door. The door was actually replaced recently to that really strong door that you're talking about. The problem that we're talking about is we need line of sight and positive control of the facility. So what does that mean? That means I need to be able to have my cameras and my staff making sure that all the areas, nooks, and crannies can be either seen on camera and or by staff members. One, this will decrease violence. Two, this decreases the sale of drugs within the facility and the use of drugs. So the way you enter into the facility is very difficult when people are upset and they're blowing out of the building and people are trying to enter the building. They clash, and we've had quite a problem with the way the structure of entering the facility is. So to make it safer and a line of sight, we had asked for help modifying the front door.
Okay, thank you. Further questions?
Right, Emma can go to the next slide, and then Julianne, back to you.
Okay. So Atkins took again, this is a high level look at the cost estimate of what you've seen, and there's additional scope of work and everything. And so what they calculated so far is that the interior modifications almost 1.3 million, and then the exterior work almost 340,000. So for a total project cost of 2.6, 2.7 million. Now again, this goes back to, you can see it says 2022 numbers without code review. So that goes back to my comment of, we'd like to work with the local jurisdiction to make sure that do we have to add additional showers and toilets, and do they agree with the approach that we've taken in terms of looking at this as an assembly, and how do they want to um, categorize those areas of sleeping within the overall, so it's more than one use, because this sort of intended use, this type of facility doesn't fit neatly. There's no shelter, homeless shelter or something like that in code, so it doesn't fit neatly into the code in terms of getting those numbers all correct. But it is sprinklered and such, so that's all good news. So right now, that's what you've seen as just that high level category 4 or 5 cost estimate of what we're looking at.
Okay. Well, was there a consideration for, excuse me, if the situation warranted, in other words, the demand, that converting the mats into double bunks, that would give you another 28 sleeping positions?
Possibly it does start to break down that space a little bit more. We'd have to make sure that we have exiting through, that you can move throughout the space freely. So that could be something that we could look at as well. And again, I think it would be great to have that a conversation with jurisdiction, having the authorities having jurisdiction, so we can really
Are the
make the
jurisdiction?
right decisions.
What we are the jurisdiction? Okay.
Great.
Further question.
Code, Mayor.
Yes.
Then
Okay, very good.
that's an act. That's through ordinance by the city council.
Okay.
Further questions?
Mayor.
Council,
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Julianne, for your presentation. So the code issues that you're bringing up is actually something I brought up on the dais. I have a background in the AAC industry myself. So from your perspective, what do we risk in terms of a code review that is not necessarily favorable with what you have currently laid out? Do you suspect there might be required egress changes? And what do you think the changes will be in terms of water closets and lavs?
hmm So looking at the water closets and lavs, if we look at if we take this as kind of assembly approach, which is pretty much the most aggressive look at the code, we would have to add a couple more showers, I think 3 showers to men's and women's, and then also a few more water closets for the ladies. So as typical as you see in assembly. We did also look at the stair that leads to the mezzanine. Currently, the riser to tread ratio changes. It's all within code, but it's not regular through the entire. So that stair needs to be rebuilt in order to meet the current code, so that you have a continuous riser to tread ratio through the entire stair. Um, and I think it's also dependent on how they see these rooms. If they're rooms where we have the bunks right now,
Yeah.
because it would be nice to have them somewhat enclosed. If code, when looking at the code, if it requires us to do a half hour or some sort of rated separation between the rest of the assembly, then that's another thing that we need to consider. So do we have to, because this is a 2-story space,
Yep.
as a gymnasium. So that area that we showed where we were kind of bumping out a wall into the gymnasium space, will it need a lid? Do we need to have doors on it to make it an enclosed, and then change the sprinkler access to that? And then also thinking about that in the same way at the mezzanine level. The mezzanine level does have a second exit, which goes directly outside. So there are 2 exits out of that space. Though it is, if we do the bunks, the occupancy is less than 50. So that's helpful for us as well. So it's just a matter of getting into those minutia details of how it actually gets detailed out. And once if that mezzanine floor, if we need to add a door up there in order to close off that space, do you lose a couple bunks or not? And Mayor, to your question about can we make those mats into bunks, we probably could. We would just want to work with Bob and his team about those sites, that keeping those lines of those sight lines open and putting up walls. How does that sort of break down the space even further, deterring that line of sight?
Mayor, I have a follow-up.
Please proceed.
All right. Thank you, sir. So, Julianne, with regards to accessibility, you mentioned the stairs need to be rebuilt, but there's currently no way for someone who's using a wheelchair to access the upstairs. Is that going to be an issue as well?
Not since it doesn't. It's less than a third of the space. It's not going to require accessible. Being accessible, and I think they would have to you would just make accommodations for those folks needing that at the ground level.
Okay. And just refresh my memory, if we're going to need to add fire-rated barriers, that's going to also require reconfiguration of HVAC for that. Well, it's going to get new HVAC by and large, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to get
Yeah,
new.
okay.
I mean, we identified basically. I mean, right now the system, it was sort of rehabilitated a bit in 2017, but given we're creating different zones, and the fact that it's not efficient to keep kind of a 24/7 operation of fresh intake and getting the old air out. So we'd probably take a look at that entire thing anyway.
Okay. Do you have a ballpark of what those additional costs might run that we just discussed?
No. And as you saw too, this is in 2022 numbers, and we know
Right.
where escalation is going.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Councilmember Marcano, a lot of those things are listed in the Adkins breakdown
Were they?
within there.
so
Okay.
you guys have the whole breakdown. Okay.
Yeah. So Emma, can we move on to the timeline for this? We have just a few more slides. So there we go. Keep going. There we go. Next one. Okay. So as Julianne mentioned, once the HDR was finished with their look, we turned it over to Adkins to do the pricing high level. That's where the pricing came down, the breakdown of the different components, both inside the building and outside the building. And then we also asked for a timeline reasonable to finish the design, put things out to bid, complete the construction. And so this is kind of a rough timeline of that. It's undetermined at this point if, construction can happen while the building is still operational. So that would be something we need to look at if we need to temporarily relocate these services to complete some of the construction. Next slide, Emma. So then these are just some existing photos of the ADRC of some of the areas we've talked about. Next slide. So just then we wanted to break down some of those additional costs that we mentioned at the beginning to better understand. So for abatements, we currently have $250,000 in the budget. We're estimating based on, as you saw in the spreadsheet that was attached in your packet, the ability to do about 6 abatements per week. That's 3 days a week with the contractor in Aurora doing 2 per day. And so that's where that comes from and just the demand we're seeing in Access Aurora. We're estimating additional staff time. That's from all the other departments that are working on this in the publicly owned land, legal, as well as other staff. We would be looking at 2 additional staff to help with posting abatements, helping with outreach, and just helping with coordinating with Keeson, processing invoices, all of those things. We currently do not have a dedicated vehicle for posting abatements or any of our homelessness staff. And so that is included as well. Next slide, Emma. So we're also looking at outreach. We've had conversations with Mile High. We also have an outreach team with Aurora Mental Health. Salvation Army has an outreach team. We have an outreach collaborative that meets once a month. And so this would be looking at either having an additional team that can be on site when the abatement is currently happening and help outreach to encampments on an ongoing basis once they're posted by the city. So again, this is something that's being considered and recommended at this point, as well as an additional vehicle for that team. Next slide, Emma. And then we get into the storage of personal property. So at the beginning, I mentioned creating a new policy or BPM around storage of personal property. We are looking at options at this point. What's recommended would be to create some type of storage on the property of the Day Resource Center within that kind of number 2 area for the storage of personal belongings. We would be looking for either Keeson as our current contractor or another environmental type of company to be able to identify, remove personal property coming into a camp. It would also create storage for people that are coming into shelter to store items. We also have a need for folks that are living in vehicles when they come into Comitus and shelter for a longer length of time, like 30 days, to be able to store items. So that would accommodate that. Both the transportation of items, Keeson does not currently provide that service, the tagging of items, the categorizing of items, the storage of items, and then be available for people to retrieve items. We also, just kind of as an aside, when we met with Denver to review their process, they're storing everything that's not soiled. They also indicated that in 3 years, 15 people had come back to retrieve their items. So if people are coming to the Day Resource Center to shelter, we would hope that they would be recovered a little bit easier because they would be at the same place. Denver takes them to a warehouse that then people have to get to and find. So that is where we are with personal items, looking to define that and then looking at how we remove them from the encampment, store them, and then return them to folks. Next slide, please. These are just some examples of some storage containers that would be for lease, so we're not paying to build something on that site. And then again, it's close to where people are already located. Next slide. And I think that is the end of this presentation and update. So I know we've had several questions along the way, but if there's anything else council members have in terms of questions or feedback, we'd be happy to take that now.
Mayor.
Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
Is it Councilmember Lawson or someone else, Mayor? I didn't hear you.
Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, thank you. Jessica, I just had a question. So in the 650,000 that you have for the abatement process, does that include all of along I-225 as well? Because those camps tend to be a little bit bigger, and then sometimes stuff is left behind. So for, additional cleanup. So does that include that amount as well?
It does not. So that would be the separate amount from CDOT. I mentioned that IGA with CDOT for 75,000, and CDOT acknowledged that we may have abatements that are going to cost more than that on an annual basis. And so that's where they have agreed to increase that amount if needed. So we would want CDOT to pay for their property. So even if the city's coordinating the abatement and the contractor, we would expect to get reimbursed for those. So the 650 is what we're anticipating that would be on city-owned property abatements.
Okay, and then does this include as well with CDOT, I guess, when we're talking about the Cherry Creek Park, if we see them on this side on Aurora, how is that part of the CDOT, and how are we going to address those issues? Or is that just a later issue that we'll address as they come?
So I'm speaking for the mayor, but the mayor was able to address that when he met with the governor and the state as well. And so we need to get connected with the state parks and things like that. There's a bunch of different property ownership down in that area. And so there are other state agencies that do have land within Aurora. And so we need to work towards working with those agencies as well to have a similar type of agreement for cleanup or have them clean it up.
Okay, because that will be coming. So just another question for Bob. So Bob, I have a question on, so now this looks like the Aurora Day Resource Center is now going to kind of become this full-fledged shelter. So I guess what my question is, and we're going to be integrating populations. For the population that actually comes in every day, as for the Day Resource Center, I mean, how are we going to adapt to that and make sure that they're still getting the same services as when we're kind of adapting to this other population and mixing the two?
Yeah, that's really an excellent question, and we've already started the planning process for that. So we've increased our staffing capability by writing other grants that we just received. So we'll be adding mental health and substance abuse and case management to support the new population, as well as our current staffing pattern will support the population that we have been working with for a number of years. So we'll take the schedule, the monthly schedule that we build out, and create more orientation type programming. So brand new to homeless services. This is what you can expect. This is where you get your mail. And everything we do when we first meet someone. So there'll now be two cohorts of people, so to speak, the orientation cohort and then the cohort that has started services, accessing services, and that are exiting services into their own homes and employment.
Okay, and Mayor, I just have one last question. So if this gets approved and we start doing this construction, we're going to see some interruption. So if we have a 72-hour camping ban, which we need to get people to shelter, and then we have our day resource population, it doesn't seem to me from this presentation that you have a lot planned out about how you're going to deal with those interruptions. So is that, I mean, are you really thinking about that? Because there will be interruptions. People can't be going into construction. So I'm just wondering how you're going to adapt to that.
Councilmember Lawson, that's a great question. I don't think we're prepared to answer it quite yet. We need to look more at the design and see if we can phase it a little bit where, the mezzanine's able to be done and others aren't. There will be certain things with systems. And so we will have to explore either alternate options for providing service in a different location, or being able to sort of cordon off portions of the building to be able to do the construction while still using the building.
So then that will probably be less. I mean, if we're using the ARDC and we're implementing this ban, I guess I'm just trying to, how are we going to be sure that we're going to be able to adapt to this ban for 72 hours, especially with what we're kind of we're trying to retrofit everything within a certain time frame. But if we're looking at the date, looking at August for this construction to be done, are you just going to just try to place people where you can to meet the ordinance requirements?
Again, a great question, and I think something we're going to be exploring with the architects and design team and seeing if there's the ability to use it or not, or if we need to have an alternate location to provide those day services and overnight services while the construction is being completed.
Councilor McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess first I want to start, Jessica, I double checked the package from Atkins, and the costs that we were talking about that might come about as of code were not actually reflected in here. So I wanted to know, if it would be possible to get another update. I don't know how long the code study is going to take on what those additional costs might be. The second thing I wanted to ask was, do you recall, Jessica, what Mark from Houston called their temporary shelter, basically, that transition folks into housing? I forgot what
A navigation center.
There we go. Thank you. Since we're going to be discussing long-term housing solutions next, I was wondering what the real benefit of reconfiguring the ADRC was going to be, especially since we're only able to add 100 beds, while some of the options in our longer term options packet, we have very comparable costs, and we're able to serve 150 or more depending on the building. Because I think that the navigation, if we're, y'all have heard me talk about Houston quite a bit, and I think the ADRC would be an amazing navigation center. And I'd like to see what we can then do in terms of, maybe looking at one of the options that we have to purchase hotels and motels and convert those into permanent supportive housing. Because one of the other issues that we're going to run into with the ADRC, in addition to some of these unforeseen costs, potential code complications, is a lack of willingness for folks to necessarily go to congregate shelters. Y'all have heard experts. We've all gotten communications from folks who do this for a living, who work in this area for a living, cautioning us about congregate shelters. And I get that the cost of remodeling the ADRC was attractive, but I'm looking for efficacy above all, since we're already going to be spending $2 million a year shuffling people around the city. So I guess it's more of a proposal for my colleagues. If, we can maybe refocus and see what would be necessary to make this into a navigation center. And then look at the motel and hotel options that we're going to be discussing coming up. Because what we're going to be doing here is going to be ineffective in terms of the fact that it's congregate. We're adding, raw numbers, which will be able to justify sweeps, which I want to point out was not necessary until we passed that ordinance. So, we could actually take care of health and safety issues. Now we've kind of backed ourselves into a legal corner where we're not able to be as flexible without having beds. So, and we're still not actually going to be addressing the problem. So I know I said a lot there, but I'd like to see what turning this into a navigation center would look like, and then hope that we can actually get some buy-in to take, which, in our upcoming discussion, to actually basically begin to acquire properties to convert to permanent supportive housing, because that's basically a very short version of how Houston managed to, be so successful. And I'd like us to emulate that, as opposed to go the wrong way and then have to course correct after committing a lot of capital up front.
Mayor?
Mayor.
Mayor.
Yes, I really don't want to make a decision right now on this. I think it's important that we make the right decision with taxpayer dollars. We've been doing abatements. So how many do you typically abate in an encampment? And we're not going to abate every camp all at one time. And I know we're looking at a solution for 100, 150 people, but what's typical? And we do accommodate them now. They don't necessarily take us up on shelter. Jessica?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, and that's kind of going back to the estimate based on working with a contractor. About 6 camps per week is what would be probably able to be done. It really depends. It's been, anywhere from 2 to 40 over the past few years. Um, we do offer space now. I think we will be abating faster with this ordinance because we won't have to be looking for those public health and safety criteria to be met. So we're looking at a higher volume of abatements, but it's hard to know on a weekly basis how many people we would be abating, and then also how many would come in to shelter.
Yeah. I mean, because we do give them the 72 hours, and I just I just question how many will really actually, once they're abated, if they'll really actually take us up on shelter. It is summertime. I think we don't have to rush. I think we're going to be able to accommodate some of the encampments. Um, anyway, that's just not sure I want to make a decision yet.
Further discussion.
Mayor Drinsky,
Councilmember Jersey.
thank you. I just want to say that, we're having this discussion tonight as though, we've just entered the planning phase of this camping ban ordinance, and there are 3 council members that were elected in November that ran heavy campaigns supporting this camping ban ordinance. Staff knew this was coming as soon as we were elected. I don't think that this should be a huge shock, and that we should be just in entering a planning phase. I'm really disappointed to see that we're not farther along than we are in having some of these conversations that we're having tonight. And I just want to say, I'm looking to build a homeless shelter in the city, not a homeless conglomeration. And something like a basketball court, Obama put a basketball court into the White House. None of us even have a basketball court in our houses, and we're talking about building a basketball court. I'm really getting lost in this whole thing. I want to help. I want to help people, but I want to make sure we're helping people and not enabling people. I think maybe like a walking path or a walking trail might suffice. I can't sign on to this basketball court. And as far as storage goes, I think after Councilmember Murillo's amended ordinance was accepted as a friendly amendment, I think there's been a change of heart. And so to Jessica Prosser, I would say there's no reason to overthink that. I think a majority of this council, when asked, if asked, wants to continue doing exactly what you are currently doing, what you described to us during the council meetings. I don't think there's really a reason to take any more of your time working on how we're going to store their items. I would like to stay focused on how we're going to shelter them. I would like to stay focused on that. And so I don't know how we do that. I don't know how we do that, Mayor. If you ask for direction, I don't know how we do that one. To let her know how we feel about storage.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I believe the storage was part of the code that we passed through the ordinance, so you'd have to amend that out of the ordinance. And I guess I'd like to know if what Councilmember Jurinsky said is true, and if folks are content with throwing away basically the few things that these people own in the world. During the conversations that I've had with Bayard and other providers, there are actually ways that we can sanitize many of the items that are brought in from these camps so that folks can actually keep their possessions. You never know what's actually going to be of value to other folks. We might have different perspectives than they do. And I know that Providence at the Heights actually has such a device that they showed me last time I was there. So we might ask them and see what it is that is necessary to ensure we're able to, have folks keep as much of their belongings as possible.
Jessica,
Yeah.
you had mentioned bringing policy options to the council relative to storage, and I haven't seen them.
I didn't see them either.
Yeah, Mayor, we are
On the plan.
based on the ordinance, it's written broadly to essentially create a policy around personal property. And so that is what we're working on now. And I know Tim Joyce is on the line. He's working on that policy. And again, we've looked at other policies from other cities to try to determine what will work in Aurora based on what we're currently doing. And I had described that during the previous meeting. And so we could certainly continue on with that. Whereas when the contractor comes in, if they see something that's clearly identified as personal property, IDs, passports, birth certificates, medications, very specific things are set to the side. But we don't have a way to currently bring those in so they're retrievable to someone. So we continue with that all the way up to, what Denver does, which is saving things besides clothing and soiled things and things like that. So Tim Joyce can provide a more specific update, but at this point, we are working to create that policy.
So I would expect a range of options from status quo, what we do now, to a more robust policy, and then, but during the discussion prior to the vote, understanding was that you would bring back those policy options to us and we would pick one. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Okay. So Councilmember Jernsky, that is not a settled question as to what we're going to do. So in terms of the storage containers, that's until we make that decision, that's not something that's decided.
That's
Okay.
correct. This
Mayor.
is just a general update for tonight.
No. Okay.
Mayor.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Jernsky.
So then I guess I would just like to put it out there rather than wasting a whole bunch of staff's time on the storage piece of this so that we can stay focused on the shelter portion of this. Please, Jessica, bring forward your options as soon as possible, because I feel like I have a pretty good idea what this council would actually like to see for storage. So I'd like to say that. And the last thing I'd like to say is about that whole grassy area or muddy area or whatever it is. If it's mud, maybe we can turn it into grass or turn it into turf. So we don't use water on it. But I spoke to a homeless man who told me one time that the reason he chose to be homeless is because he couldn't stand being confined by four walls. So I think that all of that open space, I think we should absolutely be looking at outdoor outdoor camping allowed in that open space. And I guess we just need to find out how much of that belongs to the police and how much, doesn't, whatever that looks like. But I don't see why we wouldn't allow them. They have 72 hours notice to move. If there's something really important to them, I would hope they would keep it on their person or move in the 72 hours and get to these shelters and utilize these options available to them. But what if they still want to set up their tent? Or what if, I don't understand why we would not allow that, especially in the summer months, where if we are allowing that, we can shelter so many more people.
Well, certainly that will be a discussion down the road, but we specifically did not vote on that option. And so if you want to bring a proposal forward, you can certainly do that. But the question before us right now, I'd like to put this question before us. Mr. Dorsheimer said he did not need area 1 and would like that area fenced off. I would certainly agree with him at this time that That's an unnecessary cost to try and landscape area one. Is there any objection to that?
I object.
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
sir, I would like to hear from staff in terms of what, and Bob as well, if in terms of the feasibility of having effectively a sanctioned camping area on that parcel.
Mr. Dorsheimer.
I appreciate all the questions related to the extra space. I did have a conversation with the mayor about, as well as Jessica Prosser and I have been talking about this as to phase two. And what does phase two to this plan look like? Councilwoman Jurinsky, I absolutely agree with you. Phase one was really part of the planning about how can we get the camping band up and running and relatively quickly. We can do that with a staffing pattern immediately by amending our contracts. I can move to mats on the floor, second and third shift. Now, and then we have to decide what the build out looks like and how does that happen in phases so there isn't disruptions to Councilwoman Lawson's concerns, which are serious concerns because we've built relationships over the 4 years and people are dependent on us. As to the vacant land, I did have a conversation with Mayor Kaufman. I did put forth that if we were allowed to bring a proposal for phase two, it would be utilizing that land, Councilwoman Jurinsky. And what I went out last Thursday and toured as many camps as I could. What I can tell you is many people are excited about the mezzanine for women and the bunks inside of the Day Resource Center. But what we would ask and propose to council would be not the small pallet homes, but the larger, more sturdy pallet homes that would accommodate those families that have adult children, aunts and uncles that we've encountered. So yes, I do agree that we could provide more services if we used the additional land. But to be honest, right now, with us not even having phase one up and running and moving to a phase two, I'm happy to gear up as fast as you want me to, but we're behind and the camping ban is going into effect. So my goal is to get started with at least getting the staff hired so I can start providing the services. But phase two, I definitely would think that utilizing that space down the line and putting up larger pallet homes so we could service more and help those that are working. Many of the encampments, people are working and they will want to stay in the pallet homes on the campus because of their hours are so different depending on what type of work they do. So those are the people that will want to stay outside and not have to come into the four walls. The dog runs are important. And just real quick on the basketball, we just have a temporary basketball net now like you see in any driveway. It's just asking for our macadam to be returned that was dug up. So we're not looking for a basketball court, but we just want some of the young guys to be able to throw it up into the $200 hoop that we have. So I don't want that to be built out that we're building something that we're not. It's just something we currently have, and it's not that big of a deal to me. But that I just wanted to reiterate that. But I do think phase two or now these are prerogatives of the council. But when I met with the mayor, utilizing that space is not currently on the table or what city council discussed.
Again, I suggest we go with phase one first, and then we see what happens. And then we can adjust from there.
Mayor.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem.
Did we decide no on the warehouse? I can't remember now.
That's the permanent option.
Oh, that's part of the permanent. Okay.
Mayor Zvonek.
Councilmember Zavon.
Yep. Question. Might be for Jessica. I know that there is some state legislation looking at building navigation centers. One for the kind of East Metro area. Is that Ridgeview, or is that something separate? And is that something that, we could consider as opposed to turning the Day Resource Center into that? It sounds like there's state dollars already potentially going to be allocated for building that type of center.
Councilmember Zvonek, you're absolutely correct, and it's in our next presentation. And so there's 3 pieces of legislation that we're going to cover and then go through some options. So I would propose another option is we can get through the next presentation as well and get all the information. But yes, that is called out in the next presentation. And yes, there is quite a bit of state money to be leveraged at this point.
Thank you. Follow up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So then Jessica, and this is not just you, but just staff generally, I'm looking forward to having that conversation for more of the long-term solution. But in the short term, and I think, Councilmember Drinsky kind of touched on this, what are we going to do to ensure that we can start to implement the policy that we passed and that was supposed to be implemented last week? Whether it's, we were supposed to have some sort of a plan on what we were going to do with storage. I'd like to look, as the mayor said, beyond Denver, maybe look at Colorado Springs, give us a variety of options, but what are we going to do to get the camping ban implemented and in place? I'm looking at, you said we could potentially abate 6 camps per week, roughly 40 people, probably on the high end. How many beds do we have available today, and when can we get started? Because this is something that the citizens of Aurora, they spoke very loud. They want this, and I don't think continuing to drag our feet to get it implemented is a good idea. I think we need to be focused in the short term. What can we do to ensure that the camping ban can be implemented so that we can meet the desire of our residents?
So Councilmember Zvonek, as you just heard Bob Dorsheimer say, really hiring the staffing is the first priority to be able to open the Day Resource Center with mats on the floor as a starting point. We also have the 10 spots at Comitas right now to utilize. And we certainly will be using any of the existing shelter that we have, both with Comitas as well as the 2 safe outdoor spaces. So the staffing is really getting the staff hired and trained, and making sure that we have that in play allows us to be able to do kind of the very, very first phase before moving then into the phase 1, which would be doing the construction on the Day Resource Center. And really to answer the question of, what do we do when the Day Resource Center is getting renovated? We could do more of the outdoor options then to accommodate folks outside to be able to do that. So staffing, I think, is the first priority to be able to work to get that implemented.
Okay, further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Drinsky.
I just really think that, having that area 1 as part of phase 2 and not making that a priority, especially going into the summer months, I think that we're approaching this totally backwards. I think for phase 1, we're looking at constructing bathrooms. We're looking at major construction. I think for this open area, I think we look at what part belongs to the police, give that to them, fence the rest of it around. We can get turf in there. My guess is Mile High Behavioral Health can probably get turf donated, and we can immediately get some porta potties out there to help these people immediately get off the sidewalks, get off the sides of roads. I think that the priority needs to be phase 2, and we can get turf and porta potties in there immediately and get these people somewhere to go.
Can we get the water donated?
The water for turf, Mayor?
Yeah, can we get that donated?
For turf?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll let you work on that, but I think that you're approaching this backwards. I think we should be looking at phase 2.
Further discussion?
Mayor Sundberg,
Councilmember Sundberg.
I just have the quick question. In the interim here, while things are being constructed and improved upon, and this is to Jessica, I suppose, are hotel rooms an option? Are they available?
Councilmember Sundberg, in that second slide, I did note hotel motel vouchers. They're a good option for certain populations. Obviously, Not probably for everyone. We do have some good relationships with some hotels that we use during cold weather activation. And so just needing to create some protocols, and again, needing the staffing to be able to make sure that the right folks get in the room and people leave the room in a good quality, things like that. So that is an option, and it will work well for certain populations, and still looking into that and seeing which hotels will be willing and pricing and things like that.
Further
Mayor,
discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'm concerned about adding staff right now until we figure this out. Can they be hired temporarily, contracted?
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Well, can somebody answer that?
Actually, yeah.
I'm sorry, could staff answer that question? Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, from the city side,
Thank you.
yes, they can be hired as variable hour employees to address, the increase in abatement. And then I will let Bob answer from his organization's perspective.
With the way the situation Mayor Pro Tem is in hiring right now, it's already slow to hire, and finding employees is very hard. So contractual relationships without guaranteed employment is next to impossible. We've been advertising for an on-call relief pool to help us for the past 2 years, and people are not applying to do relief pools or contractual work right now. So that would be a significant barrier in implementing the plan, unfortunately.
Is it possible that churches or other organizations would have volunteers? Not for security, but for some of the types of jobs that you need help with?
Yeah, we have volunteers that come in from the churches all the time, actually, and we have wonderful relationship with the churches. The problem, Mayor Pro Tem, is when they don't want to come, or it's a rainy day, or it's around a holiday, is usually when we're the busiest with people experiencing homelessness, and that's when the volunteers sometimes drop off because they're busy with their own lives, and then we don't have the staff to support the work and the efforts. So volunteerism we use in a lot of different ways, but not for line of sight or securing positive control of the milieu. And the milieu means the population of people that we're serving.
Okay.
They just don't have the training, and it's also not safe for, a 70-year-old church lady coming in and her first time, wanting to volunteer. So there are safety issues when it comes to volunteers as well.
Further discussion.
Yep, Mayor.
Councilmember Connell.
Thank you, sir. So, Bob, how soon do you imagine we'll be able to get to phase 2? Because I do very much like the idea of a sanctioned camping area with those larger pallet shelters that you were talking about. And I see a lot of potential if we go the permanent supportive housing route for that to basically be the launching pad from folks to get permanently housed. So how soon what's the horizon that you see on that?
So as for Mile High Behavioral Health Care, we're ready now to start moving. It's a matter of the city deciding what they would like to do. So we would need contracts, we would need the funding to be put in place. So Councilwoman Durinsky and Marcano, at this point, we're not at the point of anything being approved financially or things to be put out in contracts. So that's a tough question to answer because tonight is your first presentation in planning on how to implement your camping ban. What I can say in defense of staff and my organizations, we have been meeting pretty extensively as to how to make this very successful and how to implement it in a way that's much different than Denver or other communities that have failed with their camping bans. So we've taken that really seriously, that we don't want to fail. I don't want to fail. I don't want us to fail. So it's just a matter of getting these contracts going, getting staff hired, getting these abatement teams, and then figuring out the nuances of everything else. The pallet homes in that space can happen relatively quickly. It's just a matter of approving them and moving on them. We've been taking direction from our mayor and working very collaboratively with our mayor. So from Mile High standpoint, I'm your contractor, your service provider. I'm ready to jump through any hoops, but at this point, I don't have any triggers to pull because we don't have any contracts on the table as of yet.
So it sounds to me like we put the cart before the horse with the whole policy. So thank you, Bob. Appreciate your work.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember, sorry, Jurenski.
so I would just like to say, in talking about this outdoor space, I'm certainly not talking about pallet homes. I am talking about the same tents that they are in on the side of our roads, having a safer space that is fenced in, that is not on a sidewalk, not on the side of the road, and they are able to move it there. That is what I am talking about. I will never be talking about pallet homes.
Mr. Dorsheimer, could you comment on that?
Councilwoman Bernstein, we're fine with whatever the city decides to do. If it's sanctioned camping, by all means, we'll support those efforts as well.
Jessica?
Mayor, Councilmember Drinsky, we've had successful setups of the other safe outdoor spaces. I think I've talked through the other issues pertaining to tents in the past, with insurance and disasters and things like that related to the tents and just the longevity of the tents versus the pallet homes. If someone is bringing their own tent, a little bit different of a situation. So lots of options on the table.
Are there reimbursement issues if they bring their own tent?
We would not be able to use HUD funds, and these costs tonight would not be intended to come from HUD funds. The budget office will be putting together some proposals related to that as we move forward. So it would not be a reimbursable issue, Mayor, at this point.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to go forward with the first phase?
Mayor,
Mayor Protem.
so we're going to do the whole thing at one time for not in, I mean, I know it's phase one, but we're not going to break up phase one into a couple phases.
Well, the staff was to come forward with interim solutions, which Jessica, I wonder if you could comment on that because I don't see a lot of detail on the interim solutions.
So, Mayor, the interim solution would really be to get things started. So get started on the design and things needed to do the reconstruction of the Day Resource Center. And while that is happening, Mile High would be working on hiring staff and using the interim option, which would be the use of mats on the floor at the Day Resource Center, as well as some limited hotel motel vouchers, as well as the spaces that are available at Comitas.
Mayor.
Mayor, Councilmember McConnell.
All right, thank you, sir. Jessica, I actually do have another question on the abatements when I'm looking at the final cost breakdown. I don't see APD time or pros or anything like that specifically itemized. Is that all lumped under additional funding needed?
It's lumped under the additional staff time. We are starting May 1st. We're going to be tracking time. We do that through our abatement meetings each week and working with the different departments that touch abatements. And so we will have a much better understanding of that in a few months. But those are estimated costs at this point based on kind of the ballpark numbers that staff has provided for how many hours per week they spend on abatements. So again, very much an estimate, and we'll be able to provide a better number. But yes, that would be comprehensive of all the different departments across the city.
Okay, just to clarify, because that says departments besides Okay. All right, never mind. I think I got you.
So I think it's departments besides housing and community services where we have dedicated staff working on abatements.
Okay. All right, thank you. I
Jessica,
think the double negative threw me off there a little bit. All right, thanks.
Jessica,
Mayor.
what are you looking for tonight in terms of direction?
Yeah, we're looking for direction on moving forward with that interim option that I just mentioned, and then the, reconstruction of the day resource center as additional shelter options.
Okay, is there objection to first of all, the interim option?
Mayor Zavonic, I have a question for Jessica on the interim option.
Please proceed.
Jessica, so assuming we move forward with the interim option, when will we be able to start enforcing the camping ban?
So, Councilmember Zavonic, and I'm going to defer to legal on this, but as soon as we get we're still enforcing abatements today,
I
just
understand
like
that.
we have
Yep,
been, right?
got it,
So
got it.
as soon as we have the updated BPM, we can continue to enforce abatements. And I'll let Tim jump in on this if he wants to clarify. And I would say once we have staffing in place for the Day Resource Center, we're able to activate that on a 24/7 basis. We can fully be prepared to abate more camps than we can today. So today we can continue to abate camps with the shelter beds that we have available over at Comitas. And once we have the additional capacity available, we can more quickly abate the camps, if that makes sense.
So when we put out a statement saying that we were not enforcing the new camping ban law, you're saying we are.
We are currently enforcing on encampments with our current BPM that we have in place.
Sorry, what is
So once
BPM?
we have the new one in place, we're eliminating that health and safety and we're just moving forward with abating. So Tim, do you have an update on the BPM that you're working on
Excuse me,
related
what is
to
the acronym?
timeline?
Acronym BPM is?
Business Policy Memorandum.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jovanik, Jessica Brasser has explained it very, very well. We are currently using a policy to abate camps. And in that policy, there's significant public health threats and significant safety threats that we use as a criteria to abate. And we'll keep using that until we can fully implement the ordinance. When we're changing the BPM to implement the ordinance. So the criteria for significant public health threats and significant safety threats, we're going to still use those, but those will be necessary if we need to enter an unattended tent, say, so that we can search for storable property. We need a search warrant. We can't just enter all tents. There's a Fourth Amendment protection to property, so we'd have to get a search warrant to enter in a tent. But we are cleaning up camps now, and we will continue to clean up camps. And all the new policy does is change slightly on how we're storing property.
So is that can I follow up, Mayor?
Please proceed.
Is what we need in order to begin implementing it is clarification on the personal storage property?
Say that again?
God.
In order for us to begin implementing the new policy, is all what you're looking for is clarification on the personal storage issue.
That's it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So council has to approve a policy for the storage of property. And with that, then the ordinance will be effective.
Oh my gosh, why isn't that brought forward? I mean, this is why I want to understand, what do we need to do, and let's do it to ensure that this policy that was supposed to be implemented this past week is put into place. I understand we have all of these other issues long-term that we have to continue to meet, but we passed an ordinance that was supposed to take effect, I believe, this past week, and it's not. And if this, and the reason why is because of this personal property issue. Why haven't we been presented with a number of solutions that we could choose from and just get this in place?
Part of the problem is knowing where and how you want to store the property, so it can be in the policy, because the ordinance requires a location and accessibility as well as length of storage. So those are, you're deciding the process today about where to store property. And then with that, the policy is pretty much done, except for your approval, or at least we can present a policy for your consideration.
Mayor, we don't have a policy on storage.
Right, we were supposed
They
to
were
get
supposed to come back with,
right.
here's one way to store, here's how much to store, and here's what it would cost to do A, B, or C.
Jessica, when can we expect to get that and to make those decisions?
So what we provided tonight was a general overview of staff's recommendation. We can certainly follow up with the specific policy again. Tim Joyce is working on that. The idea that we have provided based on, we've looked at several different cities, is to store just the personal property. And again, defining that to be something that is personal items, IDs, again, those types of things, and putting them into storage containers at the Day Resource Center, and having the contractor transport those items, tag them, date them, and do all of that. So that was what was presented tonight. The policy would follow from there, and that would be the recommendation. It would not be the recommendation to store everything from the camp.
It wasn't clear. So,
Mayor, may I get clarification?
So if we look at what was done before, is that if you found certain documents, discharge certificates, driver's license, passport, you left them there at the site for the people to come back and get them. So if you take that policy and store those documents, that would be an option, would it not?
That's the 28,000, right?
Jessica Prosser, that would be an option, would it not?
That would be an option, yes. And so, and then in order to do that and categorize that and move the property, that is what the proposal was. And again, it's an estimation of cost. We would have to talk with the contractor very specifically. We would have to get actual quotes on storage containers.
This is only documents. So then let me put that forward.
Well, Mayor
Pro Tem.
Okay, I get what you're saying, only documents, but what we're given in our backup says the shipping containers for storage, $28,000. But it doesn't say what that stores. Then it says environmental company contract for storage management, $250,000, which we still don't know what exactly that is. It says biohazard trained staff to pick up items, label, store, and be available for pickup. But are we talking about personal items? Because if we're only doing personal items, I'm sure we're not spending $250,000. But if we're talking about clothing, that's a different.
Okay. We have to choose an option first. That's going to drive what the storage requirements are.
Mayor Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Jessica, with the current abatements happening, is the storage process working or lack thereof? People are getting their necessary items like documents. It's working.
Currently, we're not storing anything. And we do not go through the items. We provide the notice. If someone is there on site with items, we will transport the person with their items to shelter. We do not, go through anything. We don't take anything and take it and transport it. So it's set to the side. And I think just understanding personal items right now, our contractor, if they see something laying around, they will move it to the side. They are not going through backpacks. They're not going through duffel bags. And so if we're going to store more items, we're probably going to be looking at what's left to the side and take something that looks like a personal item, a backpack, a small bag, something like that, and transport it to storage. We're currently not doing that.
Mayor, can I follow up on that? When I witnessed the cleanup of camps that were abandoned after the notice was given. You are talking about a lot of disregarded, fetid biohazard refuse. And to get bogged down in the minutia of that is counterproductive and unhealthy to everyone. You got to get rid of that stuff and get rid of it quickly. So it sounds to me like the staff and those who are doing the cleanups are exercising good judgment, and what is working now.
Heason, our contractor, that is how things are happening. To my knowledge, we have not received any complaints from not storing items. People are taking with them what they need. What's left behind is not wanted. Again, if there is something that is very personally identifiable, it will get set aside. If people have something personal on their body when we show up to the encampment, they are offered to take that with them. And so we will need a little bit of storage. Even if we were doing the status quo today, we would not need what I have put in is the proposal that was in the presentation.
I would like to call that the status quo option and see if we could find support for moving forward on this as a decision.
So let me clarify this. So are you saying that, Sarah, because we did vote, we would have to, we did vote, so it is part of the ordinance that there is storage, that now we are going to define what is to be stored. And if I understand what you're saying is that it's only the personal documents and identification that are found at the site. Is that correct?
That would be what Councilmember Sundberg just proposed, yes, and then we would create a policy to reflect that based on the ordinance.
Is there objection to that policy on storage? That
Mayor.
That we will store identification and personal documents.
Mayor.
Councilmember Maria.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess I've heard like a lot of the conversation evolve a few ways, and you know, I've heard a couple of reasons why this policy isn't in place now, and I think folks are trying to blame a part of a policy that isn't necessarily the reason why this isn't happening. When we passed this, we knew that there were other issues like staffing that we heard was kind of the number one issue in implementing this. I think we're fighting over details here. And yeah, I mean, we had talked about bringing a range of options, and we haven't seen that. And I still think that we should do that. So I don't support just pretending like our our process is working for expediency's sake, because it's not. We don't store personal property. We don't store property, and this is everything that people own in the world. And to reduce it to what just sounds very nice and expedient, I think is wrong. And that's like the fundamental issue with this camping ban, is that you're ignoring that people have come into homelessness for many reasons, because they are people and they have issues that they're going through. And I think ignoring that is going to make this worse, in my opinion. So, yeah, no, I don't support that kind of minimalizing the storage of people's property. I do think that we should have these conversations as soon as possible about what the options are, but just ignoring the fact that this is everything that people own in the whole world. um that's like the major part about this, is that we are dealing with people's lives when this happens. And we cannot make assumptions about what is valuable or not valuable to somebody, because we're not in that situation. So again, I don't support that. I think we should have the larger conversation of the options, and we should have it soon.
Mayor Zvonek.
Councilmember Zvonek.
Yeah, so this is again for the city attorney's office, because I just want to be sure that I'm clear that what I heard earlier is correct. If we clarify the personal item issue, can we begin enforcing the new camping ban law?
The section 114, 111 says the policy is going to describe what types of property are going to be stored, the length of storage, and the location of the storage. So we still haven't, you right now, you're working on what type of property to be being stored.
So my question is, if we clarify that issue, if we say the Councilmember Sundberg's proposal, we move forward with the resolution at the next council meeting, we pass that. If we do that, can we begin to enforce the camping ban?
You still need the length of storage and location.
Okay, so if we solve the personal items issue, all of the issues related to it, we can then begin to enforce the camping ban.
Yes.
Okay,
Mayor.
and do we need a resolution to do that?
Mayor.
Councilmember Zvonek.
Councilmember Zvonek has the floor right now. Please proceed.
And do we need a resolution to do that?
Yes, you'll need a resolution to approve the policy.
Okay, those are my questions.
Mayor, Councilmember Murillo.
Councilmember Mario.
Yeah, so I guess on paper, sure, that is the process. But if we don't have the staff to do it, then it's just a policy on paper, right? We can talk about how we're going to implement all the things, but we already had a lack of staff, and then you're going to add more to it and just say, oh yeah, now we can finally implement it. But if we don't have the actual staff to implement it, it's not going to get done. Is that a pretty fair, accurate way to think about this?
Mr. Young, I've got a question, and that is, if I say that it's personal identification and documents, and then I say we will store it for 1 year at a secure location, does that meet the test?
Mayor Kaufman, I just want to offer that we have not found a city that stores anything longer than 60 days.
Mayor, I can explain what Denver does with that type of documents, the IDs, medications, they store it with the police department until it expires or until it's recovered. However, storing it with our police department is not an option.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, who's this?
It's
Member
Bergen.
Tim?
Yes. But okay, they do have 72 hours notice. So do you find that if they're going to get abated and they know they have 72 hours, they're going to pick up most of their personal items and take it with them to the shelter? I mean, we're kind of making this big deal. I mean, I don't think we should be storing everything forever and storing everything, but I like the idea of the ID and the personal documents, but isn't it their responsibility to, in 3 days, to decide what they want to take with them?
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Tim Joyce.
Yes.
A sergeant that's been working with the cleaning up of the abatements of camps since the beginning said that eventually everyone moves. And when they move, they take what's valuable with them. So what's behind is what Councilmember Sundberg saw. It's generally trash, but there may be instances where there'll be an unattended camp or a tent, and we might have something that we could store there. Or if someone is in counseling and they have a tent that can be capable of being stored, we might want to store that as long as they are working with a caseworker to end their homelessness. So there's still some questions.
These are things that are left behind. So I would renew, Tim Joyce, I'll ask you again, I'm not going to do prescription drugs. It's personal documents or identification. So we're taking the current policy, but instead of leaving those there, we're taking them into a secure location.
We can do that, yes, Mayor.
And so what's your recommendation for a time frame?
For IDs, personal documents.
Right.
We could store that with the homelessness division and until it expires.
Well,
So medication.
Require.
Oh.
I don't want to take medication. And personal documents don't expire. DD 14, a discharge certificate doesn't expire.
Mayor?
Well, let me
Yes, Mayor.
get an
Can't the-
answer first.
No.
We could do as you suggest, Mayor.
Okay.
Store it for 1 year.
1 year.
But- Mayor,
Every time.
why would we store it for 1 year?
If it's a discharge certificate, I doubt that would happen, but it could.
Oh, okay. Well, and I know Bob is still on the call. He currently stores items, I believe.
Bob, Mr. Dorsheimer?
Thank you. I'd like to try to help make this uncomplicated right now, so thank you for allowing me to speak. There's two types of storage that we need. One is when we engage people to come into the shelter for 30, 60, 90, and 6 months. You can stay up to 24 months at Comitas. That's our VA program. When you engage people and they're ready to go, and they're ready to come into the shelter and receive treatment and care, those individuals that are living in their cars or other encampments, they want to know that their space, their stuff can be secured while they enter into services. That's one type of storage. I'm tight on that storage. A lot of times I can't get people to come into the shelter because there isn't adequate storage. So we need storage for people that are ready for treatment, housing readiness, and all of the long-term programs that we offer in Aurora. That's a certain type of storage that we've requested the city to look into. Now, as for the abatements, what's left behind generally is stuff they don't want, and that stuff should be thrown away. I'm in 100% agreement when it comes to medications. I want nothing to do with them because I don't know what's in the bottle. As for the documents, I would highly recommend all documents come to the Aurora Day Resource Center. We have a fireproof locked cabinet there. We are already doing document retention at the Day Resource Center. And we also do mail service for the encampments and people that are experiencing homelessness. So if I am to engage these people and to work the camping band, don't put the documents somewhere else other than the Day Resource Center. We want to continue to centralize services so I can have access to these people and work with these people, get them into HMIS, get them case management, and not make it any harder for them. Everything else that's left behind that they haven't taken generally is because they don't want it. But the biggest part of this conversation that's not happening is when people are ready for services, that's the storage we need.
Okay, so how long should we store these personal identification documents?
Mayor, I would go with your recommendation of a year because people can enter into ready to work. And they have long-term storage needs, and Comitas has long-term storage needs as well. Our families stay with us 6 to 8 months. My VA program is about 18 months. So at least giving people up to a year with the right to renew, I think is appropriate. All the other conversation, I think we're way too in the weeds respectfully, and document retention is most important. So I can get them on a bus, get them a job, get them medical support. All of those documents should be at the Aurora Day Resource Center so I can track them and support them. I wouldn't farm this out all over the city.
Okay, so Mr. Sundberg, is this okay with you in terms of putting forward that only personal documents and identification are stored for 1 year at the Day Resource Center?
Yes, Mayor.
Very well. Is there opposition to that? Seeing no opposition, then that's how we'll move forward. Mr. Joyce, have we met that requirement then, the threshold? Mr. Joyce?
Yes, sir, Mayor. I can make that in the policy. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that meets the threshold requirement to start the camping ban?
It meets Mr. Dorsheimer's first storage issue. The second storage issue for a person being receiving services. They may have they want stored as he explained. So,
Mr. Joyce, I think that I'm interested in the legal test, and the legal test is not people coming into the shelter. I think the legal test, as I understand it, would be people that because of the fact that we stated we're going to have a storage policy, and so do we meet the legal test in terms of the ordinance for a storage policy?
clarify that question again, Mayor. I think I understood it, but I wasn't sure.
Okay, so
we meet it, right?
council members have raised the issue about what is the legal test in terms of storage to be able to start the camping ban, the ordinance to be effective.
The ordinance requires the length of storage, and you've just clarified that of being 1 year or with a option to renew. Types of property we can documents, you've clarified that, and all you need now is a location for the storage.
That's a day resource.
But that can be left without certainty in a policy. Just say at a location, an accessible location.
Right. Okay. If that meets the test, that's fine. Okay.
Right. So yes, with what we've heard tonight, the policy is very close to being done.
Okay.
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah. I mean, I thought we just agreed that it would be at the Aurora Day Resource Center. Is that not the case about location?
Mr. Joyce.
The Day Resource Center can store the documents, but the other property that Mr. Dorsheimer is talking about, so a person's receiving services,
I think we're getting
property they want to store might be different.
Mr. Joyce, that's a separate. Let me make sure that that's a separate issue. That there's no requirement in the ordinance to store personal effects. Now, it's something that we want to do, but it's not required in the ordinance. What is required in the ordinance is that we come up with a policy in terms of what we are going to, in an abated campsite, what we are going to take and store. And so I just want to make that clear. So the only thing that we are required to store by the ordinance are personal identification and personal documents found on the campsite after an abatement.
And everything else, Mayor, I would highly suggest be on the site of the Aurora Day Resource Center, once again, so we can work with the population, provide services, keep track of them, and keep them moving forward.
Okay, I'm fine with that, but I think, Mr. Joyce, maybe your point is that the Day Resource Center is a temporary location. And at some time, we're going to, in our next agenda item, we're going to discuss your permanent locations. So in fact, if we were to move that, we'd have to go back and amend the ordinance. So, Mr. Joyce, again, does this meet the test?
I'd say with what I've learned tonight, yes, I can make a policy that fits what the ordinance requires. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Councilmember Mario.
Thank you. So I think this is a question for Jessica Prosser. So if this, if we have all these elements in place to pass the legal test to start enforcing the camping ban, what happens if we don't have enough staff to implement the camping ban?
So, Councilmember Murillo, we would be looking at staffing overall for this. So we still need to figure out the transport of items and the other staffing pieces, which are part of these phases. So we will have to figure out the implementation of the policy as well.
Do
I
you have like a
believe
timeline on what that would be for just overall all of the moving pieces you've mentioned tonight on getting up to the proper staffing to implement this?
yeah, so if we have the personal property piece figured out, we do have some existing contractors in place. We have some existing street outreach teams in place, so we can see what we can do with existing staff. Then we'll be looking at additional staff again for those overnight pieces, additional abatement staff, additional outreach staff as well. You know, reasonably, it's going to take a little while to hire some of those folks, so we would use existing staff. And then to answer Councilmember Zovanik's question, are we ready to implement? Yes, when we have the removal of the public health and safety specification, we have an answer to personal property, we have some existing shelter beds that we can utilize. And so we can abate as long as we have those shelter beds in place that are available. And as we add additional shelter beds, we can abate additional camps. So the answer to the question, from my perspective of can we start the implementation, it would be yes, we just would have still the limited shelter beds until we can get additional overnight staff hired and then be able to open up this sort of phase 0.5 getting to phase 1 of the ADRC.
So what I'm hearing is I didn't actually get my question answered, more that sure all of these pieces of legislation will be in place, and you know legally the city would be covering themselves, but if the issue remains that there's a bottleneck of you know, because there isn't enough staff, all of that happens, but there's still a limit to what we can do, right? So we can quote unquote implement the camping ban, but only as much as we have staff capacity to do. That's what I'm hearing.
That would be correct. Shelter beds, staffing, and you know, the existing agreements that we have in place. We still have to create agreements around the staffing component or hire staff internally.
And so what is our current staffing capacity in terms of number of camps we can abate at this point, and what is the timeline for that to increase?
So we have one dedicated staff person to abatements.
Okay.
What was proposed tonight was to add 2 more plus a vehicle.
Mhm.
And so that would need to take place.
How
Right
long would that
now,
be, you think?
length of time.
Yeah, just I know it's a guesstimate, like it'll
Yeah,
take time.
I'd say if we posted the position tomorrow, it's gonna take probably 6 weeks to get someone on. We probably reasonably wouldn't do that. So I'd say a couple of months. And then from Mile High's perspective, they would have to answer. You just heard Bob talk about some of the challenges to bringing folks on. And so it's going to take a little while.
Okay. Are there
Okay.
any,
Mayor, I do have just a follow up.
please proceed.
Thanks. So yeah, I appreciate that, Jessica. I know that the blame is that, oh, this the storage is the reason. And yeah, we knew that we needed to address that. That was never a secret. That in fact that was explicitly stated in the amended ordinance. So I guess I just want to be clear that it's not actually that big. That's why we're talking about it today. And we push forward an ordinance that had a disconnect between our current capacity and this ordinance that we wanted to implement. So if there are issues with us being able to actually move forward on that, it's not the policy itself, it's not the personal storage, it's the fact that this ordinance was put into place without actually understanding capacity issues that we were facing before we had this conversation. And I want to be very transparent with the public that just, you know, we can shout and scream all we want that staff, why don't you have this figured out? We put these parameters on staff to be able to, and they're doing their best to be able to staff us, but that's still going to take time. So it's again, it's not the specific pieces of the ordinance like the storage requirement. Staff brought that today so we could have that discussion. There's going to be other bottlenecks that I wanted to bring to light that are going to prevent us from meeting every complaint that we have, and it's going to take several months. So let's not pretend like it's anything other than actually taking the time to hire the right people, to train people, moving forward.
Jessica, what other decisions do we need to make today? What other direction do you need?
I think we're there if we have the ADRC met, the personal storage met, and then the other two components. I'm not ready to move forward with any additional outreach teams. We have things we need to figure out related to that, but I would ask that we are able to move forward with additional staff on the city side for abatements in a vehicle. That would be the last thing.
Is there any objection to the request?
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I actually still have a question on this, and that is, what is our current capacity, both outside of the ADRC, Jessica, if you could answer that, and with the ADRC, Bob, if you could answer that? And what's that timeline look like to increase that?
In terms of the number of shelter beds?
Available beds, yeah, available beds today, because I thought we were always at capacity, so.
Yes, we are at capacity. The 10 that I've mentioned at Comitas, those have been held back just for abatements. So those beds are mats on the floor there as well, and those have been held back and not calculated into our overall shelter count because the shelters are full.
Okay, thank you. And Bob?
I'm completely ready to move. So Jessica and I have been working on this now for quite some time. We need it's a matter of amending just our contract. We don't need a new one. It can be amended with the city attorney's office. The budget needs to be approved, and I'll get started on this immediately so that way the contractual pieces can get done and we can get this camping ban up and running. So I agree. Those are the pieces that we need to get moving, which is the city side staff and my side staff. And at least it's then up and running to meet Councilwoman Jurinsky's earlier statement. What's needed? It needed to be happening now. With that approval tonight, I can post tomorrow knowing that a contract's coming, and I'll do my part to implement it.
All right, thank you, Bob.
Further, okay, to Jessica Prosser, is there objection to Jessica Prosser's request for additional staff? Seeing none, then that's the direction. Jessica, anything else?
No, I
Sorry, we're
appreciate
going to
the
take
time, Council.
Okay. The time is now at 8:43. Council will stand in recess until 8:50.
The only timeliness around this is that there is currently legislation that has been introduced that would significantly leverage the funding um, at anywhere from 75 to 50% of the project cost. And so that legislation is moving through right now. It's intended that the Department of Local Affairs will be doing some rulemaking over the summer, and there would be competitive grant processes that would begin probably no earlier than August. So if we want to take advantage of the state leveraged funding, it would be something that we need to talk about before that. We by no means need to have this conversation tonight. We could push it to another study session. But I would, if we want to take advantage of that state leverage funding, we would need to have this conversation probably in the next several weeks.
Okay. Is there any objection to bring it to the next study session?
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
thank you. I'd rather just have the discussion tonight so that we can actually have all of our ducks in a row as opposed to racing to catch up at the last minute. I think we just did a whole lot of that with our previous discussion. So if staff is ready to present, I'm ready to keep going.
Is there
Mayor,
further?
we don't need to make decisions tonight. This is really informational. So Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know if that helps, but we can just kind of quickly move through the presentation and then we can always come back again to have more of a discussion.
Yeah, that helps to not make decisions.
Okay.
Go ahead with the presentation.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's a lot of me tonight, so I apologize. So the overview, we have Real Property here tonight as well. They've done a lot of work, so they'll be here as well as our Intergovernmental Affairs, Hannah Smith. So this is just an overview of what we'll cover in the presentation. We had been asked several months ago to look at what a new shelter option could look like, a new navigation center, whatever we want to call that. And so we knew there was legislation coming. So this is just kind of an overview of that. And then also there have been some questions of staff related to Parcel N on the Fitzsimmons campus that we were, just talking about where the Day Resource Center is and where District 1 is. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. We can go to the next slide. And I'll turn it over to Hannah Smith, our Intergovernmental Relations Manager, to talk through the current bills.
Thanks, Jessica. As she mentioned, there are several bills working through the legislature right now that we have an eye on that could be used for potential leveraging opportunities. They're all continuing to move through, and FSIR committee has taken an active support position on all of them now. So the first is a grant program providing responses to homelessness. It creates a competitive grant in the Denver metro area to build or acquire a regional navigation campus that's intended to integrate emergency, transitional, and permanent supportive housing with behavioral health care, substance use disorder treatment, medical care, case management, and employment and skills training. That is on the House floor currently. Another grant program through local affairs, also to local governments in the Denver area, to build another regional campus to respond to and prevent homelessness. That bill passed the House on Friday and was introduced into the Senate committee this week. And finally, Senate Bill 2211 is repurposing the Ridgeview campus. That state-owned facility was formerly the Ridgeview Youth Services Center, and the proposal is to turn it into a supportive residential community that will provide housing, a continuum of behavioral health service treatment, medical care, vocational training, and skills development. It'll include transitional housing, substance use recovery treatment and services, and a federally qualified health clinic. Both the services and the health clinic are intended to be used both for residents of the Ridgeview campus and the general public. So all those bills are continuing to move, and we're keeping an eye on them as they move through. And after they make it to the end of the session, we'll definitely keep an eye on how to utilize those, possibly moving forward.
Thank you, Hannah. we're also keeping in contact with the Department of Housing through the Department of Local Affairs, and um, we'll be following that closely. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Hector Reynoso from our Real Property Group to talk more extensively about Parcel N, the history, and then options for the city-owned property moving forward.
Mayor
Sorry, who's that?
Kirinsky.
Councilmember Jersey.
Yes, I would just like to know, Hannah just said that the city has taken an active support position on all of those bills. I serve on the Pfizer committee. I did not support two of those bills. So I just want to know, was she able to talk to everyone? Because the Pfizer committee has very quickly turned into only 2 members. And if there's only 2 members and one agrees and one doesn't agree, we can't take a support position. So I would like clarification on that.
Of course. Thanks, Councilmember.
Mayor, this is Roberto. Oh, sorry, Angela, go ahead.
This is Councilmember Lawson. So we had to make a decision, Councilmember Jurinsky, an email went out. So we must have had 2 people that have voted on these bills to actively support. I know you don't support, but we had 2 council members that supported these bills.
I know that just wasn't my question because, as you know, the Pfizer committee has pretty much turned it
but the policy is we send out an email, then we'll do a formal vote on Friday.
That's all I was asking, is if the 3rd member responded.
Councilmember Gardner did respond.
Yep, late today. So we have everyone. So we'll do the final this week.
Okay.
Sorry for not clarifying that, Councilmember.
Where are we at here? Okay, please proceed.
Hector, you.
Thanks, Jessica. Hector Reynoso here, everyone. I'm the manager of the Real Property Services Division in the Public Works Department for the City of Aurora. And on December 18th, 2000, the United States of America, acting by and through the Secretary of the Army, conveyed the property located at 13887 East 19th Place, which is also known as Parcel N, and depicted on the right side of your slide there. It's enveloped in a yellow and green line. The yellow line is what I'll call the northern portion of Parcel N. The middle piece there, you see a blue line, that's Montview Road, and then the green line is what is sometimes referred to as the southern portion of Parcel N. That property was conveyed to the city of Aurora for no cost consideration as part of a public benefit conveyance application. So the entirety of Parcel N, as depicted on your slide there, it actually contains a total of approximately 10.288 acres of land. So you're looking at about 4.5 acres on the northern portion, 1.6 for Montview Road, and approximately 4 acres on the southern portion of Parcel N. The entirety of that parcel is subject to a use restriction and a transfer restriction, or deed restrictions. The use restriction requires that the property only be used for law enforcement purposes, and that includes the northern and the southern portions. Rights of way are compatible with all public benefit conveyance applications or uses. The transfer restriction does require that the federal government, through the General Services Administration or the GSA, approve any proposed purchaser, and that a proposed purchaser shall be subject to the use and transfer restriction. The use restriction, again, is for law enforcement purposes. Unless Aurora abrogates or applies for a change in the use restriction, which is known as submitting a new public benefit conveyance application. If you'll go to the next slide, Jessica, or thank you. So abrogation essentially means that the city has to purchase the property and pay fair market value. A ballpark estimate for the southern half of Parcel N could range anywhere between $4 to $5 million. It's fair market value or based on an appraisal. In that case, the city would continue to own Parcel N, and there would be no use or transfer restriction on the property. So the city could sell the property outright. We would own it outright. We could sell it to any potential purchaser without them needing to be subject to a use or even a transfer restriction. The other alternative for changing the use or even submitting a public benefit application, public benefit conveyance application to the GSA does not cost fair market value, the city will continue to own the property, but subject to approval of a public benefit conveyance application to change that use for another program. The transfer restriction would remain, and the use restriction would just change to a different restriction. And we can do that to either the entirety of parcel N or just a portion, for instance, the southern portion. And the transfer restriction would also remain on the property. And so the GSA would need to approve any conveyances and would need confirmation that the proposed purchaser would be subject to that other public benefit program. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it back to you, Jessica.
Thanks, Hector. So now we're just going to run through some different options. So this is sort of what it would take to provide any type of homeless navigation center, shelter, day center, ongoing, long-term, building new on the site, and then wanting to just run through some other options. So Emma, you can go to the next slide. We had a laundry list of different things to consider besides building new. So we looked at warehouses, hotels, buying an office building. These were all things that council had suggested and have been done in other communities. So I'm not going to read through all these numbers. This is in your backup. Again, these are very high level estimates. I'm going to turn it back over to Hector in a few minutes to show you what's actually on the market today in Aurora. And then we can look at what the cost would be to build new. And again, HDR and Adkins did that work. So this is the purchase warehouse. We had some minimum criteria for square footage, looking to shelter at least 100 people. So that's what this would look like. Emma, you can go to the next slide. We looked at the staffing breakdown. Again, we would need to staff it 24/7 if that's the model we're going with. So have some basic staffing costs similar, to what we were seeing before in our previous conversation. Again, this is 24/7. We were only solving for the evening. You can go to the next slide. Looking at the purchase and conversion of an office building. I know many of you have looked at the ready to work building, something similar to that with some open areas on the floors, as well as this would be probably in the non-congregate type of setting in creating some rooms and spaces. Probably a little bit less people would be able to be sheltered in something like this scenario, unless it was a very large office building. Next slide. Again, staffing costs similar, depends on how many people and things like that. Next slide. Hotel motel is something else we've talked about. Again, a non-congregate option and another option on the table. Next slide, please. Again, staffing costs, probably less folks in these models unless we had a very large hotel. We would not be doing full renovation in this instant to add kitchens or things like that. It would just be operated as a non-congregate type of shelter option. You can go to the next slide. And then these are some of the costs that we had HDR and Adkins that were on the call previously run in terms of creating a new shelter, building new, having about 300 beds, which would double the size of what we currently have with Comitis and some of our options, and also adding a new day resource center. You could bifurcate these two. You could just do a new day center. You could just do a new shelter. You could scale this in any way, but building new, we thought we would probably need about 2 acres minimum, some type of outdoor area, and things like that. And so when we had looked at this previously in 2017, we redid all of the numbers with HDR and Adkins and came in around 76 million. And so that feels like a very large number, although these House bills that we're talking about previously would be able to provide a pretty hefty match, anywhere from 50 to 75% of the cost. In the local jurisdictions, along with the counties and the cities, would have to come up with the other portion on any of these options. But this one would create probably more of those shelter beds unless we found a very large warehouse to purchase. So those are some of the numbers and additional information. And so then I'm going to turn it back over to Hector to talk about just what's currently on the market in terms of we talked through the option related to parcel N for a new shelter. There's 4 acres on that site total. Something new would take probably about 2 of those acres. The other 2 could be used for something else, phased in. And then if it wasn't going to be there, then looking at some of the other pieces of property around the city that are currently available, as well as some of the other office and warehouse that would meet that criteria just to get a sense of the market. And again, we're not looking for decisions tonight, but just wanted to provide you with some of this information.
Hi, everyone. Hector Reynoso here again. So slides 14 through 20, you'll see the listings that Jessica just mentioned. And so initially we identified every commercial, industrial, and vacant lot listing in Aurora. And we came up with a lot of listings. So then we filtered those listings to fit the criteria that Jessica just mentioned about vacant lots being larger than 2 acres, buildings being equal to or greater than 20,000 square feet. And we tried to keep most of the listings within 2 miles of the Fitzsimmons campus. As you'll see on slide 14, the map to the right there shows 17 total listings that met our criteria for the most part. And the listings are grouped into 6 different areas, and you can see those as identified as A1, A3, A7, and so on. 4 listings are for commercial/industrial buildings. 3 of those listings are located outside of Aurora, and you'll see on slide 15, it zooms into area A1, and that depicts the location of those 3 industrial warehouse listings. They did meet our criteria for size. They're located outside of Aurora, but they are within an area that's zoned IB or General Industrial Zone, according to that local jurisdiction. You'll see slides 16, 17, and 18, and I think 19 as well. Those all contain, slide 16 has 3 vacant land listings that met our criteria. Those listings are actually, there are some properties that are zoned residential, I believe to the west of, to the east of number 19 there. The other properties, 15 and 17, they're actually adjacent to mixed use zoning areas. And so slide 17, 18, and 19 are other vacant land listings that are all actually located within and surrounded by properties that are zoned either mixed use, commercial, or APZ, which allows for mixed uses, including residential, retail, and commercial. And if you look at slide 20, that is the 4th office/warehouse listing that was the only one in Aurora that met our criteria. It does fall outside of the 2-mile boundary, but again, it was available in Aurora, and I think it's 33% vacant already. So we included that outlier just so that we can show a building in Aurora. Any questions?
Hector?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Mayor. Can I go ahead? Did you include on this, or maybe you will, isn't there property by Aurora Mental Health at where they're building the new campus that is available for homeless shelter?
Is that
Aurora?
So
is that the building on
Tim,
Colfax? Sorry, go ahead, Jessica.
Are you talking about the new safety net campus that Aurora Mental Health's working on Potomac?
Yes.
Okay. That's 7 acres, and from my understanding of what Aurora Mental Health has submitted to planning, they're utilizing that full acreage.
I thought they had one building for homeless.
For permanent supportive housing.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah, that would be operated by the housing authority. So not sheltering, but for permanent supportive housing, so more apartments.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, this is my comment. Just let me just say that I talked to Don Elliman, Chancellor of the University of Colorado, Anschutz Medical Campus, and CU is willing to make a commitment to have medical staff wherever we are, as they do right now, I think, in the Day Resource Center. Further discussion? Jessica, please proceed.
So, Mayor, that's all we had for tonight, and unless council wants to, provide any feedback about these options related to creating a new shelter. This is something we've set aside some ARPA funds in January for. Both Arapahoe and Adams County have also programmed in $5 million for a new shelter at this point, and then we're tracking the state legislation and then subsequent grant programs. And so we can come back in another time to continue the discussion, but I think some of the decision points at some point will be if we want to apply for the grant funding, if we want to build new, if we want to repurpose an existing facility, and then any geographic considerations related to where that would go.
So the
Mayor.
The governance of the if we do so it's state ARPA dollars, but basically it would be as a grant, and so we would be responsible for the ongoing operational costs, correct? That's just for the capital.
That's correct. The state does have some separate programs that would cover that. And, much like today, we cover a portion of the cost of Comitis in the Day Resource Center currently. And so we would transition those existing funds into the new facility, but would not be proposing to, fund it on an ongoing basis.
So that would be other funds coming in from state funds,
Medicaid, other state funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Ridgeview Academy, does the state expect some participation from the city of Aurora?
Nope, not in the ongoing operational costs. We had agreed to the, portion of ARPA funds for the capital and rehab of that property, but no, that is not the expectation from the conversations I've had with the state.
And how much do they expect from us?
I think we did $1 million for Ridgeview, if I remember, in ARPA funds. Have to get back to you specifically. It was 1.5 or 1.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember McConnell.
Oh, thank you. So the one that's 76 million is 6 million in operational costs per year for only 300 people. Correct?
Yeah, and Mayor Pro Tem, I wouldn't get too stuck on the numbers just because we would really have to look at what exactly we're building, what's functioning within the facility, and then what current money is already existing, and then what extra money would need to be, acquired. And again, we wouldn't be looking for the city to, fund that on an ongoing basis. We would be looking for, the service provider. Right now we have Mile High providing those services. And so we would also be looking for the service provider to be able to scale up to serve the larger facility as well.
And so it would not be 6 million a year operations on the city, is what you're saying. Okay.
No.
And earlier on the warehouse properties, was one of the properties the warehouse that we used last winter? Is that one available?
No, not that I know of at this point. Hector, speak up, but I don't think that one was on the list. I think it's fully leased at this point and wouldn't meet the the size requirements for what we're looking for.
Is it housed what, 150?
100.
100? Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to circle back to the navigation centers that were mentioned earlier that I guess the state is going to be providing some funding for. Are those similar in terms of scope to what we discussed on our call with Houston, Jessica?
Yes. So the state's calling them navigation centers. We're saying, 24/7 sheltered / day center. So yes, it could function as what Houston described as a very much a transitional housing piece for someone for, up to a month before they're placed in permanent housing. It could have a floor that functioned as that. It could have a floor that's straight sheltering. So lots of options here.
Okay, that's very exciting. And then on that note, where are you and city management at in terms of fact-finding mission?
Related to Houston?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just heard back from Mark, who we met with a couple of weeks ago today, actually. And so Hannah Smith, who was on earlier, is going to help with organizing next steps. And the first, I think, being having a presentation for council. And so it took a couple of weeks to get Mark to respond, but he did just respond today.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that presentation that we had in our call would be really beneficial for everybody to see. So,
And how many people have gone to Colorado Springs to see their campus?
I think we're going soon, Mayor.
Mayor's staff and I believe
On
a few
Wednesday.
council members are going this Wednesday.
Yep.
This Wednesday? Okay.
Mhm.
Very well. And one thing I think it might be better for us to have that discussion in terms of what we expect in terms of programs, policies. My guess is I visited the Colorado Springs campus. Today I talked to the individual that originated the campus in terms of what he would do differently and what works, what doesn't work, what his philosophy is. And I think that there really is a value for building a facility, a campus from the ground up, as opposed to trying to take an existing facility. Because I think that the day research center that we're going to use now as a shelter is going to be temporary. And so it's going to have emergency shelter and, different phases. And so I think it's better on the state campus. And one thing, another thing we said have all the agencies, all the partners on the campus, so that people don't have to be transported, particularly for mental health. And so I think there's real value in that, and I look forward to having council members see that.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
are you talking about a brand new or a brand new shelter versus the Ridgeview or the Aurora Mental Health?
Well, I think Ridgeview's separate. I'm surprised that we're a party to that in terms of helping fund it. It's really a state facility. So this is different.
Well, I just think $76 million for 300 homeless people is not a good return on investment. So and I get you're leveraging federal and state dollars, it's still taxpayer dollars. So are you talking about leveraging it on the Aurora Mental Health campus or on the Ridgeview campus? No.
I think we should, and I don't agree with the 2-mile distance from Anschutz Medical Campus, that's a requirement. But I do think, are you scheduled to go to the Colorado?
Yeah, I'm going
I think
Wednesday.
it's really eye-opening for you. They built it from the ground up as a campus. The Councilman McConnell's not gonna like this, but the one part they told me absolutely don't do is the permanent supportive housing piece. So we'll have that debate.
Yep.
But
Thank you.
We'll have that debate. Okay, we'll have it. Okay, further discussion. Okay, Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Item number 3C, Colfax Bus Rapid Transit Project Update, Station Enhancement and Cost Estimate for Aurora Station.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to be presenting this item along with Huliang Liu in our Transportation Planning Department. I've got the screen share, so let me just work on that really quick. All right. Hopefully everybody can see my screen now. So for this item, this is the Colfax Bus Rapid Transit or BRT project update. We'll be giving a general update on the overall project and some of the project history, since there's a pretty long history on this, as well as our staff recommendations for enhancements, as well as funding needs within the Aurora section of the project. And again, I'm Carly Campesano. I'm the traffic manager within our Public Works Department at the city. So just to start off, I wanted to give an overview of Bus Rapid Transit and really what that is and what that means. So Bus Rapid Transit is a very high quality and reliable bus-based transit system that delivers fast and efficient service. And the service it provides is well beyond that of a typical bus route, which is the typical bus route out there right now is the 15 and 15L route. So the BRT is really meant to emulate fixed rail transit or light rail, but at a fraction of the cost. So in order to do that and to provide that high quality service, there are certain BRT strategies that are implemented to achieve this while still using bus types of facilities and bus types of services. So there's a lot of different strategies. I'm going to just touch on a few of the main strategies as defined by the FTA or the Federal Transit Administration. So the first and one of the main requirements is that at least half of the route has its own fixed guideway. So that means that the bus operates in a transit-only lane for at least half, but not necessarily all of the route. And this really allows the bus to travel unimpeded by traffic and enhances the reliability and the speed factor. And then the next item is defined stations. So at a BRT station, you'll feel a lot more like you're at a standard light rail station, and it'll have a lot of the similar amenities to that fixed rail service while still operating within a bus. So it'll have stations that are accessible to people with disabilities. It offers shelter from weather and provides information on schedules and routes. And then BRTs are also required to have a branding element. So the BRT route will be branded, and it'll be obvious that you're on a special, BRT route, and that it's not a standard bus service. This is something different. So those are sort of the baseline requirements just to meet the FTA's definition of what a BRT route is. So next, I'm going to go over really what this project is, and this is the East Colfax Avenue Bus Rapid Transit Project. So this project is a lot of years in the making. It's been underway for more than 10 years, and it's really a regional project with a lot of different regional partners. So it is involving multiple agencies such as City and County of Denver, RTD, CDOT, as well as Aurora, all partnering on this important regional project. And the goal of this project is really to improve the person throughput throughout the entire corridor, really to serve the region. So this map shows the overall, an overall snapshot really of the corridor and what the limits of this project are. And it operates in 3 distinct segments. So the first segment that you see in yellow is really the downtown Denver area, and that connects Denver Union Station over to Civic Center Broadway. So that is about a little less than 1.5 miles total length. And throughout that segment, the bus will operate on the shoulder, either in mixed flow in some of the segments or in bus-only lanes that are already there in the Denver section. So then in the blue section, you see what is really the main area and throughout the Denver section of the corridor. This is about 5.5 miles, and through this area is where that fixed route will be. So in this area, the BRT service will run in the center of the roadway, and the buses will have their own lanes, and then the stations for this Denver blue section will actually be in the middle of the roadway. So that's 5.5 miles, which is over half of the entire corridor length of about 9.9 miles. So then when you reach the Aurora section at Yosemite, The bus will come over to the shoulder and it'll be side running, mixed flow, sort of similar to how the 15 and 15Ls currently operate. So in the Aurora section, that is how it'll operate, and then it'll go all the way over to connecting to the ending at the R line station, and connecting over to Anschutz Medical Campus and that area. So it really connects the whole downtown Denver, Denver Union Station over to Aurora by I-225 are the project limits. Let me see. So next, I'm just going to touch briefly on the route patterns. So this will run with 3 different route patterns. And all in all, the service throughout most of the Aurora section, or I guess all of the Aurora section on this map, shows that the bus will run with about a little over 4-minute headways. So about 4 minutes, a little over 4 minutes between buses. So a much faster service than what is currently out there. So more information just on the overall project background and kind of why this project came to be and why this location. So the East Colfax corridor is really, as I'm sure you all know, America's longest main street. It experiences very heavy transit usage today, currently, with the existing bus lines out there. And it actually has the highest average weekday boardings in the entire RTD service area. And throughout the pandemic, when bus service and bus ridership actually dropped 20% for a lot of lines, it was sustained through the Colfax corridor. So demand was still heavy during that time period. And so the reason this project came to be is really, regional travel demand models show that in general, the travel demand on Colfax Avenue is expected to increase about 25% over the next 20 years. And as you all know, this section of Colfax is really built out. I mean, the roadway's already there, the curb lines are set, there's businesses, homes, employers already on the sides of the road. We really cannot widen lane capacity for single occupancy vehicles in order to build our way out of this. And so in order to meet that increased demand throughout the region and along Colfax, we really need to find a way to increase the person throughput. And so there was really an extensive analysis that looked at different types of services and what would be the best to implement, which is where this project came from, and we'll touch more on that in a couple later slides. But the BRT project is expected to increase transit ridership by 40% by 2040. So it's a really great way to use the right-of-way we already have available to be able to push and serve more people throughout the corridor without widening and expanding the travel lanes. And so one main goal of the project is to provide that higher capacity service to really support the ridership in the future. And then to improve overall safety for pedestrians, cyclists, motorists, transit vehicles, really every mode to improve safety is a big goal. To support the current and future investment along the corridor, we have a lot of business owners, residents, the Anschutz campus we've been talking about, that are all served by this corridor and would greatly benefit from this. So that's a main goal. And then providing an affordable transit option. A lot of people in this corridor don't necessarily have an option for a single-use vehicle, may not have one, and so this is an option for those folks that are probably already taking the 15 and 15L in a lot of cases. And so the table on this slide shows the 2019 ridership data for the Aurora stations, and it's just color-coded to represent the level of demand. So this, you can see that Havana is our stop that experiences the highest ridership. And then Moline, Peoria, Colfax Station, Dayton, as well as Yosemite all experience very high ridership as well. And now Huliang Liu, our transportation planner, is going to go over the next couple of slides on the project background. He's been extensively involved in the project development over the last 10 years since he's been at the city. So I'll turn it over to him for these. Huliang, are you there? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Mayor and Council, as Carly mentioned that this project started 10 years ago, 2012, and at that time it was branded as a study. It's called the Colfax Corridor Connections, and Aurora is a partner on that project. Also, CDOT and RTD are also involved, obviously. And it was a project funded by FTA, Federal Transit Administration, with $2 million grant, and Denver matched with $1 million grant. And so the project went through it's kind of extensive analysis of the different modes, including light rail, streetcar, bus rapid transit and enhanced bus and look at different alignments on 20th, Montview, 17th, 18th, Colfax, and 13th and 14th. And by 2014, a preferred alternative was identified as a side running during the peak period, bus only lane for the entire corridor. And staff presented the information to Council Transportation Committee and the Council. And we decided that we would like to see mixed flow traffic, no bus only lane in the Aurora segment. So staff further worked with Denver project team and we present more information to Council Transportation Committee. And by 2016, a local preferred alternative was identified as they're all side running, so buses running on the curb lane in the bus only lane in Denver segment during the peak period. And in Aurora, it will be mixed flow traffic, but with all the station stop enhancements for the entire segment. In 2017, the center running BRT, as Cardi mentioned, those stops in the lanes will be in the middle of the street. It was introduced in 2017, and then in 2018 and 19, additional analysis and planning and the public outreach was conducted by Denver project team. And in the last 2 years, Denver had conducted additional environmental analysis and additional community outreach with the goal of to apply for the Federal Transit Administration's Small Start construction dollar and with the Denver's funding for construction, for design. So right now they are in the process of applying for the submitting the FTA Small Start grant, the initial reading process, including the environmental and design, initial design, and then the next year and a half they're going to conduct additional more detailed design work. Then they're going to apply for the FTA construction dollar 2 years later. So Cardi is going to go through that additional more detailed time frame, milestone time frame later on. Next slide, please, Cardi. So in terms of the community outreach, they have conducted a number of public meetings, and also they have a community task force that includes some of the Aurora representatives in terms of our neighborhood organizations and council chamber of commerce reps. And most recently, they have conducted 4 community meetings since 2021, and with 2 more planned. And city staff has worked with specifically with our neighborhood support group, and we identified all the potential stakeholders which might be impact or might be interested in participating in this process. We provide those contact information to the Denver project team. They have notified all of them regarding their upcoming meetings and the meetings held before. So for them to be able to listen to what's going on and provide their input on that. And as I mentioned earlier, so right now Denver's going through the preliminary engineering and the environmental clearance right now. Cardi.
Thank you. So now, so that was all background of the project. And so now we're going to go over what is planned within the Denver section. And after that, we'll go over what our staff recommendation is for the Aurora section, and then approximate cost for that. So as far as the Denver section, as we've said, since this will be center running throughout most of the Denver section for the 5.5 miles, Denver will be constructing brand new platforms with a lot of different amenities in the center of the roadway. So these will all incorporate things such as canopies and windscreens and that weather protection we talked about, level boarding so that people with physical disabilities can easily get on the BRT line, ticket vending machines so that people can purchase tickets right there on site, but that they don't have to utilize a smartphone, buy them offsite, or slow down the bus by buying them right when they board. Variable message signs so that the passengers get that real-time arrival information and know if there's any delays or when the next when the next bus will be coming. the project identity, signage, and branding. And then other items such as station lighting, security systems and cameras, audio visual, and then emergency phones as well. So all of these elements will be included within the Denver section. And so, as part of the extensive outreach project process that Denver has done, and we have been involved in as well, there were 4 different main station concept designs developed, and those were brought to the community for feedback. And so, based on that feedback, this is the Denver station concept design that's being carried forward. And this is initial design, so this will be refined as the design moves on. But in general, this is what the stations will look like within Denver. So then we want to talk about the Aurora section and what the proposed plan is for what the stations will look like, and then what elements we think should be added with those. So to meet the FTA's minimum definition and requirements for BRT in order to be competitive for this upcoming grant opportunity, at a minimum, the Aurora stops will need shelters such as these that were recently installed with the 15L project. So this is a photo of the Havana station. So you can see some of the weather protection, the benches, the trash cans. And so in order to be considered BRT, at a minimum, we'll need this type of shelter. And then we'll also need to add some lit schedule displays and maps, as well as branding elements. And so some of these already exist at stations within Aurora, bus stops within Aurora. And where they do not exist, what we would need to do is either purchase new ones or relocate the 15L stations that are stops that were installed within Denver into Aurora when they replace theirs and add them to the center. So that is really what is required for the Aurora segments at a minimum. And here's a couple more pictures. If you've driven Colfax recently, you've probably seen these out there. So these are what the stations look like at Moline and Dayton. And then, so next we want to go over enhancements to the Aurora section and what we as staff have looked at and reviewed with Denver and think should be included beyond the minimum requirements. And there's a really important opportunity right now with the FTA Small Starts grant that Denver and RTD have been pursuing. And so the opportunity right now is that we can partner with them to really leverage these grant funds and get the BRT built. And so this grant could include additional station improvements within Aurora, but in order to do that and to really participate in this project, financial partnership is requested in Aurora to really fund the improvements within Aurora. So Denver, what they've done to get some of their match money for this project is they have a bond initiative. And so they were able to get some funds from a bond for the improvements within Denver, but Denver cannot spend Denver money outside of their own city limits. So Aurora is asked to participate for improvements within Aurora. So this does a few things. It demonstrates investment in the corridor and benefits across our jurisdictions. It improves grant competitiveness, and it really will help support that FTA application process that's going on right now and will be proceeding in the fall. And so staff has worked closely with Denver, City of Aurora staff has worked closely with Denver to develop recommendations for the City of Aurora stations that we want to go over next. And so, so our recommendation is to include at a baseline all of those minimum elements we talked about, and then to include some additional features as well that we think will really benefit the area and will help improve ridership and just overall improve the BRT line. So first, in the Aurora stations, at a minimum, we'll need those 15L shelters that you saw some pictures of. In addition, we think it would be important to include one enhanced station, or what we're calling a signature station, that looks similar to Denver's. And so we've really taken a close look throughout the corridor and think that this should be included at the Havana location. The Havana location has the highest ridership. It has a lot of transfers onto the bus service on Havana. And so just as far as economic development and ridership, we think the overall community would really benefit from having it there. And then the physical constraints, there appears to be enough right-of-way to be able to put it there. So that's one of our staff recommendations. And we really think that that'll help just show continuity of the service through Aurora so that you don't cross the Denver boundary into Aurora and have everything look different. So that's one element that we think should be included. In addition, we think ticket vending machines should be included at all Aurora stations, just to give that ease of use for our passengers to be able to purchase fare and be able to utilize the service. And then variable message signs, a really important element that we think is included at a lot of different high capacity transit lines, is really having a variable message sign that is dynamic and updates with real time bus arrival information. And this is really important for all users to show them when the bus will be there, and to give them that security to know that it'll show up, especially if they're on their way to work or something like that. So that's one thing that we think is really important. And then throughout the community engagement process, as well as from business owners, what we've heard is that a concern and an area of importance that was expressed is really around security. Security and lighting. So what we think is that emergency phones, security cameras, and lighting should also be included at all Aurora stations. And then another important feature is level boarding. In order for people with any physical disability to be able to board, right now what the bus has to do to accommodate that is it has to kneel down. And this can create a gap from the bus to the curb, which can make it a little bit harder to use, and it also can delay the bus. So we think level boarding is important at some of our higher volume stations where we know from RTD data that people with disabilities are frequently boarding. And also, we've reviewed the sites and done an initial review along with Denver staff, and think that some locations would be feasible. It will be a little bit harder to fit these in the Aurora section rather than the Denver section, because the Aurora section, the BRT will be side running. So that means that we'll have to tie into existing grades, which a lot of times could be up against buildings or right of way. So we think level boarding is feasible at various locations, and that is at Moline in the westbound direction, at Peoria, and then at the R line location by Colfax Station. And that's in addition to Havana. So this is a summary of our recommendations. And so with these recommendations come the cost information. So we've prepared some cost data and have worked with Denver staff who provided a lot of these unit costs and kind of gave us a menu of options to consider. So once you add up really the baseline condition of relocating and purchasing some of those new 15L type of shelters and adding the branding and map elements, along with our recommendations from the previous slide, which includes the one or I guess two signature stations at Havana, since there will be one on each side. That brings the total cost of improvements within the Aurora section to be a little over $23 million. And that looks like a large number, but our ask right now is really for the design portion of that, which is 10%. So what we're asking is for $2.3 million in 2022 to fund the design. And then that'll leave the construction cost with this grant opportunity. The grant could potentially pay for half of it if the grant is successful. So then we would need an additional about $10.7 million to cover the construction costs over the next few years. But it doesn't all need to be in 1 year, and we can really negotiate the terms of that at a later date with Denver if council is supportive of this plan. And so these are all planning level costs. Denver is currently working on preliminary engineering, so that's where these costs are from. So we did add in a pretty significant contingency and inflation numbers, since we've seen a lot of increase in prices lately for construction. So we want to make sure that all the costs for the items we've shown are covered, and we've worked with Denver pretty closely to vet these numbers. So these will be adjusted as we work through final design. And so as far as the overall project timeline, as Huliang mentioned, right now Denver is, in partnership with us, is going through the preliminary engineering and environmental review stage of the project. Next, they're gearing up for the small starts rating application over the next few months, and that's really why we need this feedback now and why we're bringing this to you now. After that will be final design in 2023 and 2024. And then assuming the small starts application is successful, we'll have the bidding and construction phase, which is about 2 years. And then an end goal is that the BRT service would be up and running and functional in 2028. So that's the overall timeline. And so as part of this, we have a few questions for council. So the feedback we're looking for is, first, does council agree with the current proposed BRT station enhancement and operations plan that we've presented? Does council support financial participation for station enhancements in Aurora, which is about 2.33 million in 2022 for design, which will be formalized in an IGA later on, assuming council is supportive of that. And then about 10.7 million in the 2023 to 2026 timeframe to fund the construction portion of it, assuming the grant is successful. And so we'd like feedback on these items. And then if council is supportive of this, we could bring this to the next full council meeting. And that concludes our presentation.
So let me start with a question, and that is, what is RTD's financial role in all this?
That's a good question, and RTD has been very closely involved in the Small Starts application along with Denver. And my understanding is that a lot of the support RTD is going to be provide is really going to be on the operational side, because once this project is constructed, they're going to be running it, staffing it. You know, potentially they might be responsible for maintenance elements. A lot of that still needs to be worked out later. But I don't believe they're contributing a dollar amount match for this grant. But Laura Perry is our deputy city manager on the line. She might have more information on that side of it as well.
Good evening, Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager. Carly's absolutely correct. So RTD will be responsible for the operations of the 15L and the bus rapid transit line, but it is also my understanding that RTD will be pursuing federal funding for the replacement of the buses and equipment themselves as well. So that they are partnering on a capital equipment contribution to support the full project.
And also RTD is serving actually the recipient for the FTA grant. So they're kind of a pass-through agency for this process.
Mayor? Things like, just wait quickly. The improvements in terms of the bus stops, I mean, isn't that historically been their responsibility?
In general, yes, I would say that it historically has been their responsibility, but I think that the city has partnered on some of those elements in the past as well. But yeah, and I don't know if Julian, if you have more information, because I think RTD did the 15L project recently and included a lot of those shelters. So
yeah, that's correct. The 15L shelter, as you saw, those are existing today. Those were constructed in the last about 2 years. That was I think it's a 10 million or 12 million grant funded with RTD, I think Dr. Cog and CDOT grant. And so they made a bunch of improvements for this. So that throughout the metro area, some of the stop, like in the city, many of the stop enhancements made by RTD based on the ridership, and also many stops like shelters or benches also were constructed through our city's franchise agreement with the advertising company. So it's kind of a combination of RTD and the local improvements.
So there's little difference once the bus hits Aurora. Then there's little difference in terms of movement. Am I correct? Because we're not dedicating lanes like Denver is.
correct, we're not dedicating lanes like Denver is. So it'll still be side running within the Aurora section, which is how the 15 and 15L operate today.
Further questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, a couple questions. So you said it will not eliminate lanes. What about on-street parking for the businesses?
It will not eliminate parking either.
Where's it going? Isn't it only Colfax has what, 2 lanes?
It's mixed flow. So currently the buses ride within the travel lane with vehicles, and then they pull over when they reach the bus stop. So it'll operate similar to that, but with much increased frequency with about 4-minute headways. And then there could be other technology improvements that we may include that'll be discussed later on with Denver. Things that we're doing similar to what we're doing on Havana with giving the bus maybe a priority green or something like that. But in general, it'll look like what it does today as far as the traffic flow.
Okay, and then how many miles is it from Yosemite to the R line or to Anschutz?
That is about 3, let me look up.
It's about 3 miles. We're on the kind of mile grid, Havana, Yosemite.
3 miles, yeah.
So I guess my concern is it's only 3 miles, but we're gonna spend $10 million, 11 million, probably go up after with inflation, but it, it just seems like it's not, I think the idea is great, but I'm like, that's not a whole lot of return on investment for 3 miles. And so currently the bus runs that route. It's just not enhanced. And I know the ridership is really good, but I, I, I'm not quite understanding the value.
So yeah, so currently the bus runs that route, but it's not enhanced. And really, the Denver Regional Council of Governments is our metropolitan planning organization. They look at a regional model and they have household and employment data, and they really project out into the future and say, you know, maybe this meets our travel needs now, but what will we need? What will we need in the future? And so throughout this section, travel on Colfax and the demand on Colfax is expected to increase. And it'll increase so much that the existing bus will operate way slower and it'll be a lot less desirable to use. And it's likely that people will not choose to use that and they'll use a single occupancy vehicle instead. And that'll just really clog up Colfax, is what the
Okay, well,
models are
maybe
showing.
I'm not understanding. So this is not a new type of bus. It's just enhancements right?
No, it's new. It's a new type of bus. So it's
Oh,
called
it's a
a
new.
bus rapid transit. It's called bus rapid transit. So there will be new buses. There'll be a lot of improvements beyond what the additional like the current service is.
Okay.
And really data from other areas has shown that these improvements would increase the capacity of the line, would make it more desirable to use. And the data shows that really with this enhanced line, enhanced transit line, which is called Bus Rapid Transit or BRT, it could make it so that the transit use would likely increase 40% over the next 20 years, which would offset the demand.
With the issues that RTD has had on staffing, so if we make this 10 million, 11 million, 12 million dollar investment, are we guaranteed that they will have enough staff to run the buses?
That's a great question, and I know they've had some staffing concerns, but I would say that this is a very high priority project for them. And if they were to cut staffing, I would be shocked if it was on this area. But also, this is going to be operational in 2028. So, I mean, it's really hard to know what the climate will be like there then with the economy and riders.
This is just for that segment then? It's not, because I saw Havana on the list, which
Yes,
has
so it's
huge ridership.
Yes, so it is just for the Colfax stations along the Aurora segment. So only at Aurora stations. There are about 11 stops total within Aurora. So both sides of the road, about 22 stations will have enhancements throughout the Aurora section. So yes, it's really just to cover the cost of enhancements within Aurora. And then there's 3 different route operations plans prepared, and one of them will have the potential to expand all the way to Piccadilly in the future to really support that growth and development within Aurora. There's already development going on over there and increased demand for transit in general. So I know a lot of, yeah. Go ahead.
If we approve the 2.3 million for design, or is that what it is? Yeah, 2.3.
Yes.
What if we don't get the grant?
If we don't get the grant, we would still have spent that 2.3 million for design. We could still use the design potentially for future projects or for improvements potentially, because since our area is side running and it's not center running, we really don't need the full BRT project to be able to implement improvements or for RTD to utilize parts of that design. But we would then not owe the money for construction. So we would write these terms into our IGA that we make with Denver and RTD, so that if the grant is not successful, we would then not owe construction dollars of that additional.
Yeah, I would hope
yeah.
not.
So, but we would still have spent the design dollars. So you're correct.
Okay. Yeah. So again, for 3 miles, we spend 2.3 on design, and we don't know if we're going to get it. So is there any way to write it or to know if we get you have to design it first, or before you can get the grant?
Yeah, we really have to be designing it and getting the clearances while we're going through the grant development phase, because Denver and RTD are working to get into the grant process. and they're going to need to get into the grant process in the fall, but we're not going to know the final word on the grant for, I think, 2 more years, and Huliang might have more information.
Yeah, I think the purpose of having the final design is so you have a better understanding of the cost. The FTA grant is for construction dollars, so you must, with locals need to spend the dollars to design the stops and design the line for Denver. Then they know exactly how much it's going to be the cost, and they go to FTA. FTA wants to make sure if I give you the money, you can do it. So you have to show me with the design, the cost estimate, so you're sure this is what you're going to get. A couple other things in terms of the operations. The core segment for Aurora is this 3 miles, but really this segment is serving Aurora. One line today, actually, the 15, it has been extended to Piccadilly to serving the Amazon facility today. So that line is going to stay. That's going to be on a 15-minute frequency. So that's good frequency. Then another line between DUS to Metro Center. So going through this core, and that's another 15-minute frequency service. Then we have this 10-minute frequency service between I-225 and DUS. So on the average basis, the core area between I-225 and DUS is going to be around 4.3 minute frequency. So really some of the recommended improvements such as level boarding, real-time information, ticket vending machines, those are really enhancements for our stops. Because we have a lot of riders, as Cardi mentioned, we have about over 20,000 daily riders, and this is a line together with Havana has been reinstated in full service during the pandemic. That's the first tier of the service.
But this one has 693, right? Riders, 690.
That's just for the Aurora segment. For the entire corridor, 15L. That's a lot more. But we want to just show you what's going on in Aurora. Another thing is that really you look at the demographics profiles. A lot of the people within this corridor, just the Colfax BRT in Aurora, and I take a quick look based on our data. 17% of those households, they do not have a car. Citywide is 6%. So we're almost triple that in terms of the car ownership. Less cars, no cars.
No, I get all that, and I think it's a great idea. Do they guarantee they're going to guarantee service every 4 minutes or whatever you said, 15 minutes?
Yes, that's basically for the core between I-225 and DUS with those 3 run patterns. Those has been vested through the RTD process. So RTD, this is most important routes really for RTD in RTD system. So with 15 minute frequency from DUS to Metro Center, 15-minute frequency between DUS and Piccadilly, 10 minutes in the core. On average basis, you're going to see a bus every 4 or 5 minutes. Another thing, just look at this in terms of the real-time arrival departure information. Why it's so important, even with 4.3 minute frequency in the core area, you don't really have to worry about the schedule because a bus is going to come when you get there.
I think that's all great. My concern is whether they come through on their end. I think the investment is good. It's just, I hope that they actually do come through with the bus service. So thank you.
Yeah, I think with RTD as serving as recipient of the federal grant, once the grant is because the operations plan will be part of that application. I assume that's the case. So they need to follow the FTA guidelines, and they need to fulfill their commitment for the operations.
Right. Thank you.
Can you, Willie? Can you summarize for me the difference between BRT and enhanced bus service?
Sure.
Yes. Oh, go ahead, Julian. Go ahead.
Yeah, really, when we see Colfax BRT, as Cardi mentioned, this entire roughly 10-mile segment between I-225 and DUS. But because you do not have to have 100% bus-only lane for this entire segment. So in Aurora segment, we still call it BRT, but to some extent, it is an enhanced bus in terms of because we do not have bus-only lane in the Aurora segment. But we will have we would like to have all the stop enhancement, all the amenities such as level boarding, ticket vending machine, all those things. So it's not the main difference is the bus-only lane or without bus-only lane.
So speed or frequency of buses would not be a factor in enhanced bus system, right? The difference, in terms of speed or frequency, there's no difference between a regular bus service and an enhanced bus service, is there not?
That's correct. In terms of the frequency, it's the same frequency in terms of in the Denver segment or the Aurora segment, although it's.
I get the Denver segment part. Okay.
Okay. And speed, obviously, Denver segment, they're on bus only lane, so they can go faster. But as Cardi mentioned, we're going to try the signal priority for the buses. So really, the intersections where the bottleneck is, if we're able to get the bus go through the intersection faster, we might be able to achieve the similar speed as what is in Denver.
But that's not part of this particular plan, correct?
That is something we're going to need to work on. That's not included in this, but as Cardi mentioned, we're working on Havana, the bus transit priority project. When the lessons learned there, we can certainly apply to this corridor.
Okay, further questions?
Mayor Sundberg?
Councilmember Sundberg.
In consideration of one of Mayor Pro Tem's points, and the fact that this has been conceptualized for maybe 10 years or more, is there talk of autonomous vehicles being used and an implementation or tweaking of infrastructure for that?
I think the technology is really not there yet as far as that goes in this type of application. So I haven't heard talks of that yet for this, but that could be a future consideration, especially in the Denver section where the bus has its own lane. There's probably less risk there as far as passenger cars getting in, but that hasn't specifically been talked about as part of this project.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, further questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, no questions. I just wanted to express my excitement and support for the BRT. I mean, along the Colfax corridor, being able to get from east to west Colfax, connecting the different economic engines of the Anschutz Medical Campus to folks downtown. And I think the benefit that would bring to the businesses along Colfax, being able to benefit from some more foot traffic along the corridor, I think is going to be really beneficial. So I'm just super excited for like the long-term vision and benefit that it would bring for the district. I guess all of that, like vision aside, from a data perspective, and from the most recent, available study that we have on the different districts, Ward 1 relies the most on public transit as a means to commute to work more than any other district. And so I think this also, on top of it just being, more accessible for perhaps tourism and folks visiting our different like Aurora-based businesses, I think it gives people more mobility and more choice in the potential employers that they're seeking out if they're relying on public transit as a means to kind of secure that employment. So I think for the tourism opportunity and the connectivity between different economic engines, as well as the economic opportunity and choice that we'd be giving residents, I think this is an excellent project to invest in. I'm really excited to hopefully see this move forward.
Is there any opposition to moving forward the $2.33 million for the design work? Seeing none, then that will move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3D, an ordinance to amend city code relating to GURP and ERP retirement plans.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Nancy Wishmeyer, the City Controller. And this item summarizes amendments to sections of City Code related to the money purchase plan for executive personnel, also known as the Executive Retirement Plan, or ERP, and also changes to the General Employees Retirement Plan, or GERP. So these code changes, what they do is eliminate the option that currently exists for employees to move between pension plans. So, for example, a current city employee who is a career service employee, they're in GERP, they're being promoted to an executive position, like a department director. Right now, they have the choice to either stay in GERP or transfer to ERP. But with these code changes, they won't have that choice anymore. That employee who's being promoted has to stay in GERP. And this is needed. It's a technical fix to our code that we need to do to avoid risks of IRS taxation that would happen when an employee transfers between pension plans that have differing contribution rates. Because the IRS only allows plan transfers where contribution rates are the same. And just a reminder, the employer rate for GERP is 7%, while the employer rate for ERP is 10%. And although this risk of IRS taxation, it's been around for a while, but it was just recently coming to the forefront because staff had to determine which pension plan a new employee was going to be entered into. So this is prospective only. We're not going to go back and adjust anyone who transferred from GERP to ERP in prior years. And employees who are currently in ERP, they're going to stay in ERP until their employment ends. And likewise, if an employee is currently in GERP, they're going to stay in GERP until their employment ends. But if a new hire comes from the outside and they're eligible to go into ERP, they have to go into ERP. They won't have a choice to go into GERP. And again, this code change is necessary to be in compliance with the IRS. And the GERP board did approve their support for this code change at a previous GERP board meeting. Staff did consider some other options. One of the options was to increase the GERP employer contribution percentage rate to 10% so that it would be the same as ERP, but staff didn't think that that would be financially feasible to do. And then there was some discussion at Management and Finance Committee meeting. And so as a result of that, staff is looking at some longer term alternatives to how GERP is designed. And we'll come back to council later in the year with those options. But the immediate need right now is to get code changed so that it is in alignment with IRS.
Questions of staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember Mario.
Yeah, so thank you, Nancy, for adding the discussion from Management and Finance Committee. When we first talked about this, I had a lot of heartburn with, I guess, taking away the choice for people to determine their kind of retirement options. After much discussion, I think twofold. One is that this change needs to happen so that we're not violating IRS rules. I think above all, we want to make sure that we're not I guess violating any, mandates that we have from the IRS. So it was the consensus of the committee to move this forward kind of in the short term so that we don't fall out of compliance with IRS rules. So, I think that for us was like the primary concern. And then the other thing was around kind of how do we resolve the issue around choice. And for folks who have been on council and for folks who weren't, we recently supported the police pension and a transition to have that to a choice, right, between a defined benefit and a defined contribution plan. Prior to that change, there wasn't that option. And so we were thinking that we know that there is a structure outline within the city that is already been developed through that prior process. It does take a while, but we were going to use that as a model to come back to council to have a more robust conversation around whether or not they support, a shift in just how the plan is structured to give people, folks, an option between a defined benefit and defined contribution plan. um, I would encourage folks to, when they have a chance, to go through the meeting minutes. But there was different scenarios kind of outlined. One retirement plan might be beneficial for one reason over another. Personally, I probably would choose a defined um, benefit plan. But it was a really good point made by staff that when there are more like managerial or executive level positions, when folks want to be promoted, there's only so many city manager positions, and likely folks might need to move to different cities and might need a more mobile plan, as opposed to somebody who might want to stay and is from a career standpoint wanting to stay within the city. So I just wanted to offer a little bit of insight to the discussion, because we did talk about this at length, and those were some of the things that we brought up. And yeah, I would just say I think the consensus was we wanted to be in compliance with the IRS, and then long term figure out a way to potentially offer that choice of retirement plan to our employees. So that's all I wanted to add.
Further discussion. Questions of staff? Seeing none, is there any opposition to staff's request? Seeing none, item number 3D will move forward. Item number 3E. Time is 10:12. We'll take a break until 10:17. Council can recess. Back in session, item number 3E, 2022 state and federal priorities follow-up. Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple weeks ago, we brought forth the council state and federal priorities, and there were at least 3 priorities that council members had questions on. In your backup, there was in the memo, I guess you got answers to a lot of your questions that you had about the priorities that we were talking about. One was on the state climate change, police reform, and federal programs and grants for housing assistance. Mayor, I would like to maybe take each one of these one at a time to see if they will be approved to go onto our federal and state priorities. And I'm going to have Hannah Smith, our new intergovernmental relations manager, on, Roberto, and any staff that assisted us with answering the questions from council.
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Well,
please proceed.
Okay, well, let's discuss. I mean, I'm trying to look for Hannah and Roberto. Can you appear on the screen? Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson, you explained what we wanted to do. So we answered questions based on the feedback at the April 18th study session. So we're simply looking for a majority to move them forward or a majority to remove them from the overall priorities. The other remaining priorities move forward per the direction of the council at the last study session. So it's just these 3 items, and the memo pertains to all the questions that were asked from Councilmember Zavanek in particular and Councilmember Mercano. So we're simply, Mayor, looking for going one by one for the 3 of them: climate change, police reform, and the housing assistance item.
And if there's any additional questions regarding these 3 priorities.
Well, very well. Discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted to say that I was, thank you for the clarification for the work y'all did and putting together the memo. I'm very excited to see that the intent was in fact to adopt the GPC. So I'm very excited about that, and yeah, I'm supportive.
Further discussion? Is there any objection? I think we're on the first one. Is there any objection to moving climate change forward?
Mayor, procedurally, if council wants to move all 3 forward, we can do that. I thought there may be additional questions, so I was thinking we should go one by one.
You want to go one by one?
If we could, that would be great.
Okay. First one is climate change. Discussion on climate change.
Mayor.
Councilmember Zavanek.
I assume that this is just when you say climate change, you're talking specifically about the our support of expanding the renewable energy standard. Is that correct?
That's part of the priority, Councilmember Zavanek.
That's part of the argument. Yes.
Yeah. So then I'll be a no on this one.
Further discussion?
Mayor, I'm also a no. Jurinsky.
Further discussion?
Also a no.
No from Sundberg.
Further opposition? Further opposition?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this one is it hurts affordable housing, doesn't it, with the renewable energy standards?
Staff, can you comment on that?
As I understood the climate change item, it was related mostly to renewable energy standards from Excel and utilities. I don't know if, off the top of my head, I don't know if there's a direct correlation to affordable housing. We have separate priorities on affordable housing. This one's related to infrastructure, tax credits, renewable energy promotion. So the staff's intent was not to have it tied to affordable housing. I don't know if there is a connection, but
I might be getting it mixed up. Was there not a tax credit that was being taken away?
This climate change item is for a tax credits to provide infrastructure for electric vehicle and other fleet.
Oh, okay.
Tax credits. That was the particular item for this climate change
priority.
Further
Sorry,
opposition?
got it mixed up with a different one.
Additional opposition? Seeing none, that will move forward. A second.
Mayor, it's police reform. It's a federal priority.
Discussion?
Is there any questions on that?
So, Mayor,
Councilmember Zavonic.
yeah, on this one, I support the majority of the individual bullet points on here. However, one I don't, and that is the elimination or ending qualified immunity. I don't think that's a smart policy, and I don't think we should be supporting it. I think it's failed here, and I think it'd be failure to do it to the federal level. If anything else, I'd like to see the feds actually define what it is, as opposed to just ending it across the board. But in terms of a lot of these other bullets that are in this, I'm supportive of them.
Would you want to move then to take that out?
Yeah, take that out.
Okay, very well. Let me start with this. Is there any objection to taking the qualified immunity provision out?
Marcano. I think police can do their jobs without violating people's constitutional rights.
Marcano.
Murillo.
Murillo. Others in opposition? Seeing only two in opposition.
There were three, Mayor.
Who was the third?
Medina's muted, I think, still.
Oh, he didn't say.
Yeah, I saw him saying.
It's not working.
Oh, okay. I can barely hear you.
For some reason, it's not working.
Are you, Councilmember Medina, are you opposed to the Zavonic motion to take out qualified immunity on police reform?
I'm in opposition.
Okay, very well. Okay, with only three in opposition, that the Zavonic amendment will move forward. Is there opposition to moving forward with police reform as amended?
Mr. Mayor, Pete Schulte, Public Safety Manager, City Attorney's Office. Just want to let you know that the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, HR 55, did pass, and it's been signed by the president. So I don't know if council wanted to remove that from the priority since it's already passed.
We can, I would suggest, Mayor, can I make the recommendation for removing that then? Can I make the amendment to remove that from the police reform?
Very well. Is there opposition to Lawson's, it's not really technically a motion, I guess, to remove the anti-lynching provision that's already signed into law from police reform? No opposition. See no opposition, then that will be taken out. Is there any other any further discussion on police reform as amended through Lawson and Zavonic? Okay, seeing no opposition, that will move forward. Well, and the third?
The third one, Mayor, is the federal programs and grants for housing.
Discussion? Is there opposition to moving the housing provision forward?
Zavonic.
Jurinski.
Is there further opposition? Seeing none, the housing will move forward. Thank you. Is that anything else, Councilmember Lawson?
There's nothing else, Mayor. Thank you.
5A, proposal to amend section 2-672 of the city code pertaining to authority to award contracts. Councilmember Jurinski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I am seeking to restore this ordinance to its pre-July 2020 form. And this resolution would do away with paragraph C in this ordinance. I feel that this is an extra bureaucratic step. And as we saw a few weeks ago, the police department had to come forward to ask us to get free tires for the MRAP, for the police MRAP vehicle. So this 1033 program is free items that we are able to get from the military. In some circumstances, we have to pay shipping costs, but I feel like this is absolutely an extra bureaucratic step, and the police should be able to get these free items as they need them and not have to wait to get in front of us at a city council meeting and get scheduled on our agenda to obtain these items. And at sometimes if they have to wait too long to get our approval, some of these items are gone. So I am.
Is there any opposition to moving item number 5A forward?
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell,
I have a question for the city attorney.
please.
Does this apply to weaponry as well, or is it just support, items like vehicle tires and things of that nature?
I can answer that.
If you have the answer as well, sure.
Yeah, so this is things like wheels and tires. It is medical supplies. There are some weapon systems that we get, but I can tell you, the last round of the M14s that we got went to replace honor guard weapons for their performances. And an M1 Grand that we got also went to the honor guard. So mostly things that we're getting in this program are tires, wheels, medical supplies, and regional assets that we have to share, such as fire command post. And in the under UASC, that's who gave us the bear.
Okay.
Councilmember Marcano, Pete Schulte, City Attorney's Office, Public Safety Manager. I will tell you that there are certain things that the federal government does require council approval, and they're called controlled property. And that's going to consist of military items that are provided on loan. They're going to be the small personal weapons, as Councilmember Jurenski stated, demilitarized vehicles and aircraft and night vision equipment. So there's a small portion that if the advice to council would be if you amended this particular ordinance that you don't take out the council approval for those controlled items. Otherwise, the uncontrolled item, which is 95% of the items that are provided to us, then that would match what Councilmember Drinsky is trying to do, is allow the city management and the director, the police chief, to go forward and obtain those items without having to come to council.
Okay, so
great.
are you saying that you're recommending we amend this proposed ordinance?
If you want to, if you guys want to,
the answer is no. If you take out paragraph C, 1033, the items that Pete's talking about will automatically have to come back to council. You don't need to leave that in the ordinance. You can remove paragraph C.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any opposition to moving 5A forward?
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Rio.
Thanks, Mayor. Just another similar question on directed to our staff on what kinds of, like, there would be no, I guess, loopholes for any other weapons to be procured through this program if this language is taken out. Like, I'm okay with, again, things like tires and medical equipment not needing to come to council, and it sounds like there's a provision already there to address weapons needing to come to council. Are there any, I don't know, are there any other loopholes that we might not be aware of, or, might not be overt, that would allow the procurement of a weapon otherwise?
so I will provide the code to you, Councilmember Rio. It's 10 U.S. Code 257A, and basically just defines what controlled property is. And it's a general term. So anything includes items such as small arms / personal weapons, demilitarized vehicles, and aircraft and night vision equipment. And what makes it controlled is that the DoD maintains ownership of these items. So they're going to let us know that anytime that we're going to be offered this equipment, it's going to be under this provision that it's not, we're not going to assume ownership of the property. Like non-controlled property, we can get ownership of that after a year. It becomes the property of the law enforcement agency, the Aurora Police Department. The controlled property never does that. So if we get offered something that's designated as controlled property, based on this ordinance, we would know we would have to come to council to get approval for those items.
So clarifying question is, are all weapons considered controlled items?
Under my understanding, and Mr. Lathers is on here as well from my office, but yes, my understanding is there's not going to be any weapons that are going to be subject outside of the code because they are maintained ownership by the DOD.
That is my understanding as well, Councilmember Murillo.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving, what is it, 5A forward? Then 5A will move forward. Seeing no further business before the council, this meeting is adjourned.
All right. Good night, y'all.